have a business yet, because your business should be able to sell itself. In the global market, you want to be able to sell it, your product to sell itself. I create shoes. My first set of shoes were created in the same factory as Fendi creates, as the same place where Fendi makes their shoes, Gucci makes their shoes, in the same factory. I ensured that I needed quality. I wasn't going to compromise, and as a matter of fact, when there was a lot of conversation around made in Nigeria, let's get made in Nigeria, and people were saying, yeah, let's get made in Nigeria. I said, yeah, that's good. So we came, we tested it. We got some local partners, they made some shoes. The concern for me is I can't sell that quality for £350. I sell, some of my shoes sell for £500, made out of ostrich skin. It takes about 6 weeks to make it. That's the level of detail. In fact, if we're ever going to rush the job, no matter how much money you have in the world, we cannot do less than 3 weeks. We can't. And someone say, is it not just shoe? You can do it. It takes a lot more. In the construction of a shoe, each pair of shoe that we make, at least 50 people touch that pair of shoes before it's finished. At least. There's one person that does the laces. There's one person that chooses the material. There's another person that does the stitching, the outer sole, the inner sole, all that kind of stuff. The cap toe, everything are done by different individuals because expertise is critical. So as we are having this discussion, and I speak as someone that I got frustrated speaking. I got really frustrated because we are seeing this. This is something I'm seeing. I'm seeing that appeal for my brand as well. You know, I have people contacting me from UAE, and they just say, oh yeah, can I make this pair of shoes? I have this wedding coming up. And I'm like, but I'm not even advertising yet. What that tells me is people don't care the color of your skin if what you're delivering is excellent. And Dr. T said something yesterday that I want us to remember. He said, it's in your mind. I was born a free man. He kept saying that yesterday. Can you remember? He said, I'm born a free man. And I'm going to touch on that a little bit more because you can hear this accent, but I say to people, I pick this accent so that they don't collect their passports from me. I am a Nigerian boy. I was born in Ijebu. First 3 years of my life was in Ijebu. Mo dishe mugari. Do you know what dishe mugari is? That's the level of poverty, if in quotes, even though back then I didn't see it as poverty. I went to Abeson Estate. My secondary school is in Abeson Estate, in Yanapaja. After schooling, I will go and fetch water, take it, put it inside the Gorodom as we usually do. Back in Surulere where I lived, we would dig, when there was no water supply, we would dig water on the ground, and we'll put, anybody guess what you put inside? Alum. It's to filter it. So I'm not from a privileged background, far from it. But the mindset that makes me stand in front of a boardroom or speak to my manufacturers in a confident way, so much so that my first partners, when I walked into the room, Italians were used to seeing black people begging on the road. They're used to our ladies standing on the creeks of the corner to be picked up for sex. That's all they were used to. So they weren't used to a confident black man or a Nigerian for that sake. But the mindset that Dr. T shared yesterday was one of the things that made me confident. Because I see, the worst case you're ever going to say is no. I know would die. The worst thing you're going to say is no. And that confidence is critical. So you must be confident to take these ideas that we're going to share today. You must be confident enough to apply them. Because the world is only for the brave. It's the truth. For those who are Christians in the room, you say the kingdom of, from the day of John the Baptist, the kingdom of God suffered violence. Now it's not about physical fighting. It's about the psyche of violence. Meaning that you are ravenous. Like when you go out there, you are ready. You're constantly ready, looking for opportunities and capitalizing on those opportunities. So today, I want to keep reminding that it is all well and good you're in the room, but please make sure that you take advantage of it. And you can only take advantage of it based on your mind, the readiness of your mind to accept these ideas and to apply these ideas. So I only have about 10 minutes to, sort of share my own story and talk about myself. What I want us to do now is, like we did yesterday, I want us to quickly just write down what are the 3 things that you want to learn today and how are you going to apply those things, action steps. So if you can quickly just write it, I'll give you about 1 minute of my time. Write just 3 things, very high level. Don't go into too much detail. If you've done it yesterday, go back to it, reflect on it, see if you need to change it. If you need to change it, then go ahead and change it, update it. So I'll give you 60 seconds of my time to do that. For those who are on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, take the time out and do the same thing. We must know that God gives us the privilege of such opportunities, and we must be practical and write things down. They say is it the faintest pen is sharper than the best of memories. So write it down. You have about 35 seconds more. All right, time up. Quick test of those who were here yesterday. Can somebody quickly just raise your hand and or share? I'll give you the microphone actually. What was PK's definition of technology yesterday? There was something he said about technology. There was.
It's about technology. It's about speed, applicability. Speed,
Okay, you got 1. That's fine. That's good. You got 1 out of the 3. Who can recite all 3 without looking at the book? You have your book in front of you.
Speed, access, ease, and that technology should be. I'm not a massage therapist. I am a tech company that does massage.
Good. I like that. And I like the way you personalized it as well. That's good. Now, there was something when I think it was you that asked the question around taking the dream and turning it into reality. So Dr. T mentioned 8 things. There was some 8 step that he mentioned. I need someone to give me 2 and another person to give me 2 and another person to give me 2 and you get it. So are you going to give me 2? You have 2.
He said 7.
Okay, you have 2 out of the 7.
Yeah.
Okay, don't look at your book.
I'm not. It's not even.
No, okay, close it. And I like how your book is matching your outfit.
Wait.
By the way. Okay.
And then the strategic.
Good. So you've mentioned 2. All right. The other ones, market opportunity, tactics, and action steps. Those were the other ones that he mentioned. That it's not just good enough to dream, it's not just good enough to have this idea that you want to turn to reality. You have to First of all, get the market opportunity. Is there a market opportunity for what you're trying to achieve? And then you break it down, the vision, the goals, the steps that you need. If it can keep you awake all night. All right, so I do have the wonderful Timmy Dakolo. I am going to invite him up to quickly just wrap up what he did yesterday. What can you remember from Timmy's session yesterday? There was something he said yesterday. Oh, well, a couple of things. But who can remember something from yesterday about songwriting? Okay. Okay, no, carry it. Yeah, go on.
He said the chorus is the why of the song. So that's
Why is the chorus the why?
He said why, for the people to understand. That's what I could recall.
Okay. I'll give you half mark. Yes, sir.
I got that excellence is a culture. Not
Literally. Right now is like, come to Polo Club. Come and meet these other guys that make these shoes. I need you to make shoes for them. That's how stuff speaks for itself. We really need to ensure that we never overlook this spirit and culture, or like PK said, the culture of excellence. So ladies and gentlemen, I am going to invite over Timmy Dakolo. As I mentioned, is one person that I admired for a long time, and it was a privilege to finally meet him earlier on this year, and again meet him again yesterday. Is a blessing. I would read again. Timmy Dakolo was born in Accra, Ghana. He was born to a Nigerian father, a Bayelsa-born Nigerian father, and Ghanaian. He started singing at the age of 12, and in 2003 joined the singing group Purple Love as a founding member. They dominated the PH club circuit but disbanded in 2005. Around that same time, Timmy won a local talent hunt contest, GE Factor, which held in Port Harcourt. In 2007, Timmy Dakolo was the winner of the reality show Idols West Africa. Timmy Dakolo is one of the judges on The Voice Nigeria And in 2009, he released a Christmas album titled Merry Christmas, Darling, featuring guest duets such as Emily Sandé and Kenny G. Timmy Dakolo is happily married to Busola Dakolo, and they have 3 wonderful children. Please, those in the room, give a round of applause for Timmy Dakolo. Yeah, you can see.
Nah, it's gonna make me a couple now. Good afternoon. Sorry I'm coming now. One of two things. As a house husband. Okay, yeah. As I was speaking to yesterday, I actually spoke to myself too. You know how sometimes you get busy and forget some of the things that have brought you here. So I went back home and I said, yeah. And I began to have a book that if you steal, you have killed me. So I used to write. If you carry the book, you probably don't understand how I'm writing I'm writing on the corner. And I came across a quote that says, the quality of a person's life is largely dependent on the quality of their habit. I wrote that a long time ago. Like, I was saying yesterday that if you leave it to chances that you will fail. If you just say, I'm talented now, it's not this voice, I have it now. If you call me to sing, I can sing now. You're going to fail. Because, I'll give you a story. Before I came for Idols, my grandmother was sick, so they took her to the village. And in the village, normally, yeah, there's a household, but people like to do things. They like to do two things that way. They still want to go, whether there's borehole or not, somebody will still go to the water side and fetch water. You can't take, they've done that thing. You know how character and habits are repetition over time and everything. So, one morning, that's how God used to use and humble me. That's how God humbled me. One morning now, I just said, let me go to this water side. I was hearing somebody sing in my whole life. I have not felt that kind of emotion just hearing somebody sing. This woman, probably 70-something, she was down deep. You know how there's always this slope in the river, then down there near the canoes. Like, this woman was singing a song in my language that says, Egberi koko oya ilaime, Egberi koko oya ilaime, Izondo bubupele kafoni ozondo bubupele, Izondo bubupele kafoni ozondo bubupele, Fuwafu akala to bosai mobo bokoromo, Egberi koko oya ilaime. I have never felt soul till tomorrow in my life. You know how somebody is doing something that you like doing, and I was gravitating towards the person. This one is 70-something. So what I'm saying here is, I sat with her for a very long time. She was a village singer in her early years. They used to call her to sing when somebody's marrying, when somebody's doing party, when during funerals. Like, she was that woman. I know a lot of that thing what came to my mind. You think you're the best singer. Like, you think that if they want to measure people that are talented. You know, that thing humbled. Till tomorrow, I still picture that woman. Her name is Ebiri. She told me stories like, she used to sing people to tears. But she was in the village. She was in the village, and again, I'm trying to say talent is not enough.
Yes, sir.
It can never be enough.
Yes.
You can't be the best. No matter how well you sing, you can't be the best singer. You have to bring something else to the table that nobody else is bringing. Something I do every day, even if it's one line, I will write it down. Because it's a muscle. Everything that you're doing is like a muscle. There's a law called the law of reinforcement. Thank God I know how to read book. If not, no, okay, this is I'm saying this serious. Like I know how to just carry book and find something that concerns me. This law is very simple. You see, if you tell yourself, if your brain gives you an idea and you say it's not important, after a while, your brain begins to feel, your mind begins to feel that it's not important. That anything it tells you is not important. But if I start here now, if I have a song melody, all of you wait for me. That's how the mind begins to feel like I'm a very important part of this person's life. So that he stops everything for me. But most of us will just say, okay, later I will do it. Later is no time. There's this proverb in our village that says, the reason why the vulture doesn't have a nest is because he said tomorrow I go build them. That's why the vulture does not have a nest. No mind, I grew up with an old man. The proverb in my head is just plenty. According to Paul, I don't see myself like I've attained anything. If you ask me, to me, what's your best song? It's always the one I want to do. The one that's exciting me now is my best song. Happy song I'm working on. People just hear the chorus, I'll not sing the verse. See, make we dey go, make we get money, now that be the goal. This life no be joke. Now row your boat. Now who get money, now him them they know. It's just, I'm saying that, what I'm trying to say, when you wake up in the morning, forget to the gospel for online. So forget to the thing, this thing. Wake up for money, make we dey go. Make we try get this money. Now who get money, now be chairman of vacation, no matter how young he be. But you get my point. So you can waste my money, but you can't waste my time. As a person, you can waste my money. You can use my money, but you can't just, because I'm not going to get it again. I can tell you, I was supposed to be playing piano yesterday, and somebody lied to us. When we were growing up, a lot of lies they told us that we have grown up to believe. One of them is that it's work hard. It's not work hard. I grew up to know in this Lagos, that is my biggest teacher. This Lagos carry chalk and blackboard the worker. If you look where you go learn something every day. It's not work hard. It's to find the thing that you know how to do best and focus on it. You can be working very hard for the wrong thing. You can very hard, like you can be sitting in an office trying to go up the ladder and get there and discover that. How sad it would be that you get to the peak of what you thought it was, and you get there and you discover that that's not the mountain I'm supposed to be climbing. See that long walk down? That's regret. That's regret. So I'm here to tell you people just a few things. Like, I like to learn music from the best people, and they're not like writing their lyrics. So it's like I will sit down and listen. When I listen to something, like I listen to one song for 2 months. I want to see what is in this person's mind, where they were when they were writing this song, in what state. That's what I used to sing people's song in my own way. I say, what was in Adele's mind when she was saying, when the rain is blowing in your face and the whole world is on your case, see, I can offer you a warm embrace to make you feel my love. You learn in creativity, like in everything, you learn on the job. If you pick somebody's song, try to be the person. Try to be, I like this person. I know they go somebody's office, go sit down and teach me this thing. As you write down for this article, I don't pick the side concern the second and second. So what was in this person's mind? What's her name? When they said, a whole new world. That's how I listen to music. Because if I'm going to have a concert that not one song is going to be mine. It's going to be songs like, I'm going to write, if the concert is titled, Songs I Wish I Wrote. Songs that I think, wow, this place is wicked. What were you thinking? Some of them are not popular artists. There's this guy called Sebastian Cole. He gets to make me feel small. Tell the stories how you will. Erase these scars away. Explain the memories that gave them to you. I'll wait. For lies are pretty little pills. Prescriptions for delusions, pain illusions for your friends. I'll tell the story once again. So whatever it takes to help you sleep better, I'll be okay. The one day inside I'm bitter. Look in my face and find the courage to say, I did love with all I am. Go on, be brave. Who's that song? God. It's just like somebody slapping me. It's like somebody telling you, Timmy, come on, you think you can write song? Listen to this thing. Like how somebody sat down to write, baby, I know the story. I've seen the picture. It's written all over your face. Tell me, what's the secret that you've been hiding? Who's gonna take my place? I should have seen this coming. I should have read the signs. Anyway, I guess it's over. I can't believe that I'm a fool again. It's me. I want to sing other people's songs. I will sing other people's songs. In this life, I will sing it. I will sing it. The person will be envious because I've listened to your song very well. It's not to sing the song actually. It's to be the song. It's to assume the character of the person that sang it. That's why people can come and sing the same song. First person you applaud for. The next person you cannot even move. Because the person is like, music is like soul to soul. It's like soul to soul. It's one thing I want to do in this life. I want to know. I had a teacher that when I went to secondary school, I had a very rigid mind growing up. If you tell me something, you can't come and change it. If you tell me something in this life, you can't come and change it. So I went to GS1 and they now somehow added alphabet to mathematics. I thought it was you talking. Okay, yeah, this funny phone. So I'm gonna get it. So, and I went to GS1. Mr. Odu, math teacher, and I came say 1A minus 3 equals to. You need to see the argument that day. There's nothing that man did not say. I say, I don't get it. I don't get it. Two things I thought about in secondary school. I can't remember. The second one they had to punish me was pi. 22/7. How did pi come into mathematics? Whose idea was it? It's funny now, but it wasn't funny there because I like to. I say, sir, you can't just bring something that's not that. This is not a number. This is not a number. It's not going to be here. We had this argument. They took me to staff room to flog me. As a child, my mouth was very sharp. And it's one of the best gifts my grandmother said. No matter, you can responsibly tell somebody, say, I disagree. In a nice way, I see. That's how I'm training my children. That I don't think that what you're saying is okay with us. It's not a disrespect. It's only in Africa that we think that the child tells you what it is. Am I your mate? But it's not. Music has been a saving grace for me. I don't know what I would have been doing because I can't relate to somebody's office. As you keep me here like I'm sitting like this, I want to stand up. I want to stand up from this seat and move around. You know me, I'm hyperactive. My mind is to wander. I can see somebody's face now. The person is not talking and writing. I'll be here and writing. I can be writing something and you're telling me serious something. That's how. And music saved me. And how I came to this music was a joke. It was a joke. Our hearts used to play this turntable. You know the turntable we were putting? It was really reggae music they used to play. There was Bonnie Spade, there was Iroy, there was Mandatos, there was Bob Marley's backup singers, I3. You know how you listen to songs that you don't have to write it? You just know it. So that's my first love of music, and of course, my grandmother 5 a.m. prayer that did not really concern me. But I was involved. I was singing songs I don't know the meaning. I was enjoying it. And that was my first encounter of music. Until one day in school, somebody brought it. The guy was listening to music seriously. I said, precious, excuse me, let me hear what you're listening to. That's the day my life changed. That's my first encounter of another kind of music. It was Michael Bolton's song. I could hardly believe it when I heard the news today. Had to come and get it straight from you. I'm too tired of crying, didn't come here to break down. It's just a dream of mine, it's coming to an end. But how could I blame you when I have built my world around and hope that one day we'll be so much more than friends? Say, I don't want to know the price I'm gonna pay for dreaming. Even now is more than I can take. So tell me, how am I supposed to live without? See, hey, when you find it, you will know. Like when you find that thing, nothing else will matter. See, you know how I listen to that guy. I listen to that Walkman. Yeah, we used to have this battery called Tiger Head. That when the thing is dying, I will bring it out, bite it small. Then scratch it on the floor. That I got to that level. I even followed him to his house just to be listening to that music. When I got to the house, I now knew that music different. Like the guy was saying things like all those time, love, and tenderness. I've never heard anything like that. Nothing. It moved me. So all my dream at that point in time was to have my own Walkman and dub that tape. No other thing. Dub that tape and just to be listening to the music every day. The guy became my best friend. Every day, I was listening small, just small. Not listening like I listened the other day, just small. And that's my first encounter of music. After then, I didn't know what I was doing. No, I started doing. I can just sit down and write something and write. I want to know this girl. You know what that made me remember? Yesterday when I left here, I remembered how I was writing nonsense and humming anything that comes to my mind. I didn't know it was preparing me for this thing. Isn't that how you look at your life and just think that you're doing certain things, you're just doing certain things? No. God is just shifting the width there from your life and preparing you for maybe this is the direction your life is going to go. So you better start now. I can write 5 things. I don't know how. I had to go to Berkeley to know what the melody shape is. But I've been singing things, and sometimes they sound really good because I had practiced it long enough. And in music, they call it repetition is emphasis. If I say something a lot of time, I'm emphasizing that thing. That's why some things stick in your head in the song, because they say it so many times. So it's the most important part of the so you just be listening to that thing like, oh. So I was practicing I was practicing unknowingly. I would try as much as possible to do my schoolwork, finish. Then I would not go to the back of the class. And again, another part of it was that girls used to like me sing. Something must motivate you.
Yes,
one way or the other, something must motivate you. So girls used to like me to sing. And there was one girl I used to like. And the back was I said, so I asked somebody to say, this is what I wrote. So I'm looking forward to her encouragement, and I like her company. So it was one thing, but it was a training ground for me. So if you ask my secondary school classmates, they will tell you, that boy, he used to sing on the road and sing everything and not concerning. Sometimes not concerned. Sometimes when there's no teacher in the class, I'm in front. So all of you listen. It's not really a song. I don't know what I could not. If C# pass here, and I don't know what it was, but it was the thing that I knew that this thing was doing it for me. So there's no waste. There's no. See, I'll give an example. My song "Medicine," yeah. The time lapse between the chorus and the verse was over a year difference. Like, I sang, baby, oh, baby. I'm very sure my neighbor knew it. My neighbors, they knew it. Because I was singing just that thing. Baby, oh, baby, you're like medicine to me. You give me everything I need. Baby, oh, baby. I recorded it on my phone. I used to have this Samsung S5 or something. I recorded it on my phone, and I was always singing it. Then my wife traveled. My children were showing me pepper. That's when I knew that in this life, children are very impossible. They don't want to eat the same thing. I didn't know. I mean, in the morning they will go and bathe. I mean, it's not my business. I'm still lying down. People will bathe them. Then it was me doing all that work. And I discovered that, to be a man is not muscle. No muscle and big voice. No. You take my children to one place, one particular place, they will not want the same thing. They will argue who is going to sleep near you. What we are watching today. I did not know those things used to happen. So I called my wife on this, the trial. I started singing for her, baby, oh baby, you're like medicine to me. You give me, do and come back now. 8 weeks, I heard God clearly. There was no echo, there was no reverb, just clear, but this job is not easy and everything. So, life experiences are no waste. Life experiences are no waste. So if you're doing something now, I like to make mistakes. I like to make mistakes. I think that one of the biggest things that have happened to me in life is the mistakes that I've made. It's the people that I've trusted that has messed things up. It's the places that I've gone that I've discovered characters that so person used to think like this. Then I write it down. Okay, so people need to think the way they think. I can come here and say, I can look at this guy's shirt and say, okay, there's what they call, most artists don't know, there's what they call object writing. Object writing is that you can give yourself like 5 minutes and describe this room. The way I would describe this room now, I'm very sure everybody here will not describe it like that because I've practiced this object writing a long time. You get? And it means that you would describe this room with your senses. Your senses. Painted walls, fluorescent roof, ticking clock. Nobody would have put ticking clock. But you're hearing it, right? Nobody would have put ticking clock. None of you would have put ticking clock. No, none of you. Let me tell you another thing none of you would have done. Let me look around. Elder. Let me tell you what nobody else would have described. Nobody would have described zebra wire. You understand what I'm saying? These wires are black and white, but I will not say because I'm a musician and I've done object writing. And it's in the little details that gives you, that gives experience. So songwriting is painting pictures in people's minds. Think of any song. Any song in this world is picture painting. All I've done is just to paint the picture in your mind. If I don't sing the chorus, if I don't sing it, it will sound like, okay, just like the sun, light of the day, you light up my life. I'm painting a picture in your head. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey. It's just different. Every song, don't sing it. And I thank God, as a person that I've come to know this thing. I've come to know this thing in the sense that it took me, they told me that when I went for my audition, they told me I should do I should sing, that I should be in the vocal, I should do masters in vocals. But I said, but I know that thing. If you give me any song, I can sing it. And I said, the one that I would like to do is that I would like to write song because guess what? In those my class when I was writing, when I finish a song and I finish doing it in the class, it's the feeling that thing gives me that I cannot explain to you. The way I feel, if I sing normally, I don't feel like that. I write even if it's, I know what a rhyme is, where rhyme scheme or anything is. I just sing the thing. The guy will clap for me, my main fan should clap for me. That was my reward for long suffering and suffer long. But it was it. Like I was saying yesterday, there are no rules in this life. Then nobody says this thing is the way that you should do this thing. There are just principles to apply. There are principles, small principles to apply that will make all the difference. If I'm writing a song about prophet. I can write it from a point that you are my prophet. It's one way to write the song. I can write it from a point that you're a fake prophet. It's another point of writing the song. There's no one way, one single way of getting to the place they are going to. There's no one single way. And as you make a conjoin. I'm just kidding. Because I'm here. They're not one way. They're not. See, if you gather enough principles as a person in whatever you're doing, if you learn one thing a day, let me not even make it big. If you learn one thing a day in the thing that you're doing, in 365 days, you have learned 365 new things. There is no how you will remain the same. There's no how. There's no how. So see, this thing they call genius. I don't think there's anybody like that. What genius means is that this person has learned something and consistently that works for them, that astonishes the rest of us. If you bring the person to another area of that thing, they're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. They just know one way. They just find a way of doing the thing that will amaze you. Like even till now, I used to look at this guy, go perhaps. I can give you one idea. And I show up later. The idea have grown up. The idea I've given him, I just grow up and give birth to children. And I say, okay, so instead of saying this thing, let's say it like this. You serious? Like, no, I want to say like, by the time we are done, the truth is that, trust me, you can only know your side of the truth. You see these people that used to call Beyonce, check the people that wrote this song. It's not one person. No. If you check all these people that the big song you're singing, you will see 7 people. They used to do what they go to a camp. They will go to a camp. People will sit down, dissect this song idea. By the time they put it together, it will not be like, it's 7 heads. That's why it's astonishing you. It's 7 good heads dropping one line after the other. I will never see heartbreak in a way that she will see heartbreak. So when I say, what do you think? She's not going to give the solution that I will give. So that's why there's synergy together. No, just feel say you go fit do everything. You can't do everything. You can't be the barber. At the same time, you want to be the gardener of your house. You want to cook. My brother, the things that are important to you, the things that will take you will not be able. By the time you are done with that thing, you are tired. You are done. Like I was saying, hey, Alex, I have clipper. Let me cut my son's hair. Instead of me to sit down somewhere and be scripting something. Like the most important time in my life is the time I spend with myself. I'm reading a book called The 5 AM Club. The guy said, life is too short to play small with your talent. Because all of us are talented. He says, the responsibility as well as the opportunity to be great is in every man. It's a responsibility and it's an opportunity because you are here. It's just to click. You have been designed to chase important pursuits of life. Commission says it this way, that the ordinary just wouldn't do. You see, the ordinary things just wouldn't do. Everybody is doing the normal thing now. Everybody is doing the normal thing. The ordinary things, not like, as a songwriter, I discovered that my mind is lazy. The mind is lazy, actually. If you ask your mind for a solution, first thing you tell is the easiest one. Ask your mind for a solution to anything. The mind wants to go and do other things. Just want to tell you, just say the girl is fine now. It will go. But no. Beneath that, the girl is fine. In the pearl, deep down. As you are going, you say things that uncommon things. I was writing a song. That's how much I love you. I don't hang. I don't think of all the things. Like, I want to say big things. I've told myself that, no, this song is going to be big. Say, this is me, all of me. You can have it all, it's a gift. You can ask for more if you wish. I will come drop my soul at your feet. I've said all these big things. Then I now hang. And I'll be asking my mind, what do I want to say again? My mind just say, I love you. No. For weeks and we did drag this matter, they go back and forth, back and forth. My mind was giving, but every week we say, I adore you. And this, I don't know. But those things are things that people say every day. But those are the surface answers. The mind as I'm here now, I want to go and play PS4. I'm not lying to you. I want to on my game and play because my mind wants to do everything. The mind is a lazy person, but an obedient servant. If you say no, that's not what I asked of you. It will go back. It will not argue with you. But if you accept everything that it gives you, it gotta give you the simple thing so that I can go and watch DSTV and watch this thing on TV. That's what it will do. But once I discovered that my mind is to give me simple things so that I can go, hey, me and you will struggle here. So this is how the song came. This is me. This verse. This is me, all of me. You can have it all. It's a gift. You can ask for more if you wish. I'll come drop my soul at your feet. I hope that you know that this love that I'm giving you is real. For 1,000 good men with 1,000 good hearts can never love you like this. See, I would walk on broken glass just to get to where you are. I would fight 1,000 wars so I could stand there by your side. That's how much I love you. With a gun to my head and a dagger to my chest, I will gladly give my life. I don't have to think it twice, babes. That's how much I love you. But if I had followed my mind, I plenty I love you, I would talk. Do you understand my point? The mind is lazy. There's no other way. And you must put it to task. You must ask why of your mind. If you have a problem, ask why of your mind and leave it. They call it something in they call it something. They say it's like sending the mind on an errand. It's okay. Go buy something. It will go and search for solutions. Come with, like when I say somebody go buy me cold Coke, and they are showing football. You go to the nearest store that is there, Mama Tokwe store, and check. Coke, Oga will take her. You to bring it. Then I say, excuse me, I say cold Coke. You do. It go again further until you get, because yeah, that's what I said. That's how the mind is. He wants to do everything else except the one thing that you ask it to do. But it will still going to that method. So the first idea that you get most times is the easiest one. And it's the one that don't really astonish people. You get my point? It's the one that doesn't. If you don't want as a person, if you don't want your life to be, your week to be the same every week, deep down there. I'm just a musician. Don't mind me. I'm just an upcoming artist. So if you don't want your life to be this thing, you have to do more. You have to challenge the things that you. If you tell me to write some of the songs I wrote before, it can never be the same. And actually, that's why I don't listen to myself in previous life. Like my first album, I don't used to go back and listen. It used to pain me. You mean you said that? You said that? No, you can't say that. It wasn't you. It was youthful exuberance. If you give me that song to write again, with tear shed. Because practice and repetition flexes your muscle. If you are doing something, see, just like this, if I come and play, if I'm playing the snare, if I'm playing the snare every time like this, playing the snare like this, tomorrow call me, I'll play better. Call me next tomorrow, I'll play that snare a little nicer. Call me another day, I'll play it a little nicer because it's like muscle. It's like muscle. The more you practice, the better you get. It might be, see it too. Like how it's so minimal. Progress is so minimal that people don't see it. But it's happening. It's happening. Again, let me end by saying that the quality of a person's life is largely dependent on the quality of their habits. Thank you. my piano skill is not heavy. Hey, this song are we gonna sing? Please forgive my upcoming lecture. Yo, yo, yo! Please give us some juice on the mic. On the microphone. My prophet is here. The beard look rich. Yo, yo, yo! Yo, yo, yo! We will know where we go. Don't in Nigeria again. How are you? I have no one to sleep because baby play, let me please the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor chords, and the major lead. The Bible king composing, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. So maybe there's a God above, but all I've ever wanted is how to shoot somebody who I do, yeah. It's not the tears that you cry at night. It's not someone who's in the light. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah. 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 Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. See, none but ourselves can free our minds. We have no fee for atomic energy, because none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our people? See, whilst we stand aside and look, some say it's just a matter of life, but not us. We've got to fulfill the rules. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever heard. Redemption song. Redemption song. See, you and I must make a pact. We must bring salvation back where there is love, and I'll be there. So when I stretch out my hands to you, I'll have faith in all you do. Just call my name, and I'll be there. Though we are many people, different tribes and different tongues, we're united in our strength and resolve to uphold the honor of our land and for generations to come, and for generations to come. 'cause we are all we have. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We are all we have. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day will shine like the sun. We're a great nation. We're a great, we're a great, we're a great. You see, people don't understand how beautiful a united Nigeria can be. Aye, go so fine. Just imagine me living in Sokoto. Just imagine Chukudi living in Zamfara fearlessly. Then Musa is in Bayelsa learning how to catch fish. And Kule is in Enugu running his business peacefully. He goes so sweet. He goes so sweet. He goes so sweet. I don't think there'll be any nation under this face of the earth as beautiful as Nigeria. Let me sing something before I go. Finally got into this hotel room. It must have been midday. Started flipping through the channels just to kind of drift away. Every other network showed the challenged and abused, and a sea of people laughing as the children sat confused. And I saw a mother pleading with her son to turn away from the lifestyle he has chosen, full of violence and hate. As the conversation heated, my mind began to race. Somebody's missing, something's badly out of place. See, where are the fathers, the responsible ones? Where are the fathers of the help to raise their sons? Look at the daughters. Do you see the misplaced priority? Somebody's missing. Tell me where are fathers? There will be mountains that we will have to climb, and there will be battles that we will have to fight. Victory or defeat is up to us to decide. But how can we expect to win if we never try? See, I just can't give up now. We've come too far from where I started from. See, nobody told me that this road would be easy, and I don't believe He's brought us this far to leave us. He never said there wouldn't be trials. He never said we wouldn't fall. He never said that everything would go the way we wanted to go. But when our backs are against the wall and we feel like hope is gone, I'll just lift my head up to the sky and say, help me to be strong. Say, I just can't give up now. Said, I've come too far from where I started from. Said, nobody told me that the road would be easy, and I don't believe He's brought us this far to leave us. God bless all of you. Come on, join us in that. So we can see your face. Yes, go blue.
1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. One, two. Thank you. 1, 2, 1, 2. Please, can you give a round of applause for Timmy Dakolo again, please? At the back, you can do better than that. Give a round of applause. Thank you. So we've been talking a lot about borderless movement and what PK has been able to share with us yesterday. I do look forward to him bringing it back in, because Timmy is a very good example of what you call a borderless soldier. I'm based in the UK, and I was sitting down one day watching ITV, and I just saw this guy, and I was like, that is Timmy Dakolo, a Nigerian that is singing at, and you have this standing ovation. We mentioned earlier on that, see, excellence has no borders. Excellence has no borders. If you're good, people will celebrate you, whether they're white, black, or purple. As I mentioned, I was born here. I only left the shores of this country when I was 18 years old. That was my first time ever getting on a plane. And I remember getting into the UK with my very heavy H factor. And I went to this radio training course because I wanted to be a radio presenter. And I remember this, the last day of my training, this white man looked at me, said, "There's no future for you in radio presentation." Said, "You've done well, but there's no future for you." I said, "Why?" He said, "Your accent is too strong." I looked at him like this. I said, this guy, I took it as a challenge. Because no be English. Now just to twist your tongue, learn the accent, pronunciation, that's all it was. And so now that people hear me speak, "Oh, you have the Queen's English." I'm like, "Oh boy, I be local boy. I have to put up this accent." But what the lesson there is this. People will tell you based on their own expectations what you can't do. And you must make that decision. Let's see, I knew that I was migrating to England and I was there permanently at that time. So I must learn this language. I have a career that I want to go into, radio programs. I need to have this accent if I'm ever going to. 7.5 years later, I had my own radio show. I had my own TV show. I had my own podcast. And I'm like, you know what? In this life, one thing they taught me in the streets of Surulere, where I grew up, and the only way I can say it is in the most crude way, and pardon me because this is not the place, but I would tell people, when somebody tells me I can't do something, my response in my head is their father. That's the first thing that comes in my head. I don't know why, but in my head I just say their father. I can't learn what? In this world, it's impossible. And you see that reflection on Timi Dakolo and his story as well. We do have other speakers that are still going to come back, but I want to recognize Wole Arole. Please, a round of applause for Wole. He definitely did something in the industry that I think was outstanding. I did the first show for, I organized the first show for MC Abe when he was going to break into the UK. So a few years later, when you came around, everyone was talking about the genius of Wole Arole, the way he did it effortlessly. And even though we were laughing, you can tell that this man had spirit behind him. He wasn't just doing it to just get out. Like, nobody say, hey, the guy just wants to hustle and just, no. He knows it. Ladies and gentlemen, he doesn't know, but I'm going to encourage him to come forward. Just share about 5-10 minutes or 8 minutes of your story. What inspired you, how you got started, how you even honed your skills, or have you always been this funny? Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I actually wanted to come and I really appreciate everyone in this building. I wanted to come and I wanted to see PK. Please, a round of applause for PK, please. And a round of applause to everyone here and to you, sir. My thought was, I had a meeting today somewhere, so I said, young man, it's been a while I've seen your face. You know, you're part of those conveners of, you are not a motivator, you are an inspirator, but you left us here. Showing you left us here borderlessly. So anytime he's in the country, I love to see him, we rub minds and all of that. So I just, sir, Mr. Man, because there's something about Nigeria. If you're traveled out and you come in, something with, even if you take picture, have you noticed it before? I don't know if it's the atmospheric condition. If you take picture in Nigeria, and you take picture outside Nigeria, the moment you land from Itro, there's a new breeze. Even if, am I saying the truth? Even if it's Ghana there, just look at the background, something has changed. So I saw pictures, so he said it was around, and the little time I'd spent here, I must say, just a short time, he's a very good friend, brother, we rub minds together. A round of applause for him once again. And I love, it was also part of the whole, let me say a bit about connection here that we don't know. He's powerful strategian. This man, he knows his client, either customers, and he knows how to, penetrate them. This man, he was doing SaaS, but from America. You don't understand? It's different thing. Who wants to carry you? From where? It was not that the borderlessness of the strength of the youth is a collective movement of Lati Botimo. But about my story, this young man said something very powerful. And this is I was just coming from very deep. You see, most people are doing stuff, and PK used to say, and there is no spirit behind it. That's what he just said is powerful. Is what people will see in the spiritual world and say, any on me now. So, that's it. It's not really about what you do. It's about what backs what you do. So what backs what you do begins to be the why. How will I do it? Because I think that is, and even to us as human beings, that is where existence comes from. That place of, so why am I here? So what am I doing here? At that level, things begin to change. It wasn't like, okay, I was just, find a lot of stuff that are innate, ability to, I love to make people happy, to make them. But the fact that, that gift there is a gifting. Yeah, you can be gifted, that's fine. It's very good. But there is what is beyond gift, is when the gift becomes a skill. It's two different things. When Joseph was a teenager, Joseph interpreted dreams. That's a level. He did dream interpretation. When he became an adult, he implemented dreams. It's not the same. So he interpreted dreams. Okay, so this is a dream. One guy was in the prison. He said, so this is what I dreamt of. Said this and this and this will happen. But based on the maturity of dreaming, he had advanced. So when he got to the front of that king, he said, "Sir." It was not the interpretation that treated Pharaoh. No, it wasn't. If you check your scripture well, but that is one thing I really dwell on a lot. It wasn't. It was the implementation of that dream. So he didn't get that appointment by interpretation. He got it by implementation. Pharaoh didn't say, who is that person that cannot interpret dream like that? He didn't say so. He said, so this will be 7 years. He said, so what does it mean? So that was where implementation. They say, see, the 7 years of plenty, 7 years of this other part of farming. So now let's move ahead. That means that at this level now, a time will come then there will be abundance. A time will come then there will be farming. So what will you do in time of farming? So when we store, at that implementation, Pharaoh said there is nobody that has a management skill like this. So no matter what we do, either business, service, or product, our talent and giftings must get to a level of expertise where we begin. There's a process of you making cake. I was at a meeting. I was at a meeting, was it 2-3 days ago? I was online. So they asked us, so this generation, the COVID thing has started, things have affected a lot of stuff, that we need to innovate. Now that we're getting to the level where business people need to innovate, church are innovating. I said, no, permit me to say that. Then I said, what's innovation? I said, see, innovation might not even help you now. You need to recreate. Innovation is what is on ground. You want to upgrade it. Recreation is you erase it and you start something again. But the core is still there. Look at the cell phone. This is a recreation. People can, on ID Life has become TV. It's still the box, but it's another box somewhere. So for me, my journey of being a comedian, to being an MC, getting the prophet character is born out of the fact that the gift started becoming a skill. Because people offer you peanut at the level of a gift. But at the level of skill, they give you the lion's share. Oh no, you can't. There is a gift. No, there are gifts. Scripture says give gifts to men. Oh, comedians are plenty. But few have sense. So, and something will bring you to the arena of sense, where some people will drop off. So it's not enough to be a decorator or someone that makes cake. There is making cake. People should eat your cake and have an experience. That can have a number of this person that makes cake. There's a way you hit some things, sir. You need to go back to that product. Mommy, has that happened to you? You tore the wrap. You tell your kids, let me get the wrap. So those people are not selling product. They are selling experiences. Some people that make... So this is what you notice that people have, they call it brand design. You understand? So whether consciously or unconsciously, whether you like it or not, we need to get to that level. Look at Daniel also as an example. Daniel had to be separated specifically because he was in the camp of Nebuchadnezzar. Before separation, Daniel was a powerful guy that when you dream, he gives you good dream interpretation. Daniel was even powerful. He doesn't only interpret the dream, he will tell you what you saw. But he had to be separated. Look at scripture recorded that, and the king saw. That is what people see in you. when somebody's talking, you will know. Let me tell you, that's the truth. And this life, emotion cannot do it. Some people, someone says something, sir, if you're a tailor and what you make clothes that are not good, when your friends will pity you the first time, but second time, people don't want to waste value. My sister is a very strong born again pastor and dean. He has a business doing decoration and all of that. And I told her, he said, you are doing decoration. I said, at the level of decoration that you are doing, only your church member will patronize you. You don't understand. You can't use spiritual principle to substitute business principle. The rule of going to heaven is different. The rule of making money is different. So you can be spiritual and broke. Oh yeah, definitely. You can. Very much. I'm a patronage of mountains so very well. So I know what I'm saying. If what I'm saying, I know it, I know what I'm saying. You can be spiritual and broke. And being spiritual is not being born again. I've said it before. Being spiritual is that you submit to a superior authority of worship. You get what I'm saying? But being born again is another added extra head. What am I saying in summary of all of this? Is the fact that the whole summary of, okay, my journey from being a comedian to being an actor to being a whole lot of stuff, this man said a very powerful statement. And if there's nothing we should live with, if I drop the mic, please, there should be a spirit behind what, even if a writer. Look at Tim Dakolo, you will know. There is a knowing. And see, he said something, he said that there is something about excellence. Before me and PK connect, they said he has watched a lot of my clips. You will know that this one is not weighty. If you advertise a bad product, it's still bad. It can only shift a bit. People will have an idea, say, we are not going back to that place. But whatever is authentic, you can't compare someone that has devoted a lot of time on his career, on his business, read books, check online, to someone that doesn't do that. We can't take away attitude, character, habits, investment into a particular. I left Nigeria to go and study film in London. Yes, I did. I went to go and study film production because I knew I was going into journey of film production. At the time when a lot of my colleagues were doing skit and all of that. And we did a movie that, did well in Nigerian cinemas. And from there, went to Netflix. Yes, I have a movie on Netflix, The Call. I was the executive producer and I was the lead actor. There is the grace of God sufficient. There is the activation of the grace. There is God's responsibility of your life. There is what God is responsible for. The following: grace, mercy, favor. That is God's prerogative. There is what you are responsible for in your life. Hard work, character, habit. God will not build that for you. Thank you and have a lovely time.
Okay, so I do have microphone. We do have some of the speakers that are coming up now. But before they get here, Wally said something about spirit and God's element. So before I left the shores of this country, I became born again. And then there was a whole lot of heavy stuff, teaching. In fact, my first public speaking engagement was at my church. My spiritual father gave me the audience in the UK. About 800 people just said, son, we're going to preach together. He gave me the scripture. I said, okay, I'll preach the first half, you preach this part, and you preach that part. And a whole lot of my life, I wanted to be a pastor. And then God said, go into business. And that's why I'm in what I do. So all the things I do, there's a God element to it, or at least origin of it. But I say that as a precursor about this spiritual stuff. Because, as I said yesterday, we need to progress. You need to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So one of the things I had to unlearn was this overemphasis on how special I am. Let me repeat that. This overemphasis, God called you. God, you are called, you're special. I had to unlearn it to realize that I'm not special. Because that special thing keeps you away from the hard work you need to do. Because you constantly say, I'm special, I'm special. You know, God has called me at the age of 5. They prophesied over my life. I have so many prophecies, right? A lot of the things I'm doing today came from prophecies. So I do not believe to prophecy. But sometimes we get overly concerned with that we forget that we must seek to prove the calling of God over our lives, if that makes sense, for the spiritual folks. That's why the apostle said something about study to show yourself approved. And that study is not just, you are reading the Bible. You're reading outside the Bible. I said to someone, I say, if the Bible is the only thing you read, or your Quran is the only thing you read, you are an embarrassment to God. Because God has given wisdom to other people, from scientists to economists to business people, and He's put it there. What you need is a spirit of discernment to know what you take and what you leave. Like Timmy Dakolo said, once he sees the book, he just circles what he needs. And that's critical. And there's nothing more frustrating than feeling that you're called but not seeing the results in your life. It's a very frustrating thing. So this is a tool I gave in my first book called Knowing Your Game. It's on Amazon. In there I wrote that you must work like so in there I said you must work like there is no God. And you must pray like there is no work. It's not one side. The Borderless Movements, the currency there is not spirituality. The currency in the global space is not spirituality. The only way I could break into a Genentech or Fortune 100 company in the UK and USA is because I had to drop off that overemphasis, like I said, on special. There are tons of special people in the world. Woo! So many special people in the world. What makes you stand out? Again, implementation. So you learn all these things, then you implement. Anyway, it's not my speaking time. So I do have Osh here, that is here, and Dr. Pamela as well. Welcome very much. All right. So I am going to bring up the next speaker. He's flown in all the way from the US. And I think it's such an incredible thing to... oh, wow. Okay. So he's just coming in from the airport as we're speaking. And he doesn't have to. You know, he can shut his mind off. I don't have to come to Nigeria and bless these people in quotes or give these people my nuggets, because I'm sure his time is very, very precious. I'm going to read out his brief profile and then I'll invite him up. Oshorenoya Ogabi is founder and CEO of Koniko Incorporated at United States of America. Oshi Agabi has more than 17 years experience working on neuroelectronic interfaces in the industry and academia. He was a robotics engineer, theoretical physics, straight out of college, doing statistical learning from 2002 to 2005. He built and programmed picked and placed robots in Zurich, Switzerland. Osh led a cross-disciplinary industry academia team to develop an in vitro reflex arc for modeling implantable neural chips at the ETH in Zurich. Tongue twisters. Reporting to the CEO and board of directors. The company was acquired, and as a visiting scholar at MRC, the London Institute of Medical Sciences in Hammersmith, and during his PhD studies at the Imperial College of London, Osh built and customized 2 proton microscopes for studying synaptic transmission in a mouse visual cortex. Osh speaks 5 languages, has lived in 6 countries across 3 continents. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Osh.
So I'm a little bit, I feel a little bit like Alice in Wonderland right now. So I don't know what people would like to hear. What I want to talk about, a lot of it, I suspect you already know. I suspect a lot of what I'm going to tell you about my journey will not be so alien to you, but hopefully it serves as a reminder. As mentioned moments ago, I was born in Lagos. I was born and bred in Surulere, in Lawanson to be precise. Went to GCL, Government College, Lagos. Yeah. And afterwards, I went to Unilag. When I was in Unilag, a lot of my father wanted me to be a medical doctor. So my father wanted. I was very lucky that I had an uncle. You know, these earlier days when you had this first generation politicians where some were sent to the UK, some went to the US, and so. I had an uncle that went to Russia, and he was very enamored with physics, which I was very enamored with too. And if my father wanted me to study, I think one day you're supposed to come on board. Okay. So he was very enamored with theoretical physics. And he was the one that was telling my father, like, why would you force him to do medical, to go to med school? He clearly doesn't want to do it. So my uncle, rest his soul now, had to take me by hand to Unilag to make sure that even though I had already registered in my JAM form that I wanted to do physics, my father went to Unilag and tried to get it changed. Right? He had to go back and change it back and say, he wants to do what he wants to do, let him. So I went ahead, and one of the very few students in Unilag that actually got to physics because he wanted to, not because he couldn't carry something else. It was a very, very interesting time for me. It was something I loved to do. It was something I thought, I like to do. The last year of my BS bachelor studies here, the normal staple is people would go to the US or they would go to London for further studies. I wanted to do something different because, if you look at the country, a lot of people have been going to the US and London, and I felt like let's try something else. So I wanted to go to Japan or go to. It's something when I met him, I found out that something we're both in love with Japan and the people and so on and so forth. But that's another story. Then I went off to Switzerland, where I was programming robots, so pick and place robots. Interestingly, I wanted to go to Japan. The robot I was working on was actually called the Katana. It was a Katana pick and place robot, and I was very fortunate in the person that was a mentor for me, the CEO of the company at the time. It was a mentor for me, and I learned everything you had to learn about programming and so on and so forth. One of the things that occurred to me while working at Neuronics, so then we're doing statistical learning. Now they call it deep learning. So this was, the funny thing was, in the very early stages of Conoco, one of our earliest customers was Google, right? And I recall when the email from Google comes in that they say, oh, somebody should get them robot program for them and so on. And we're like wondering, well, they're a search company. Why would they want the robot for, right? I still date, I still don't know why they want a robot. Anyhow, we sold them a robot and so on and so forth. But something occurred to me at that time that so we had a database, so it was essentially a relational database we had at the time that we're programming these robots with. And the dexterity, so being able to have a robot with 6 degrees of freedom with a gripper, it had a bunch of sensors in it and so on and so forth. The intelligence that we could pack into that robot, given the computational power in 2002, was very limited in comparison to what a human being could do, for instance, right? It was very, very limited. And I am not a person that believes in magic or anything outside of what you can measure or manage, essentially. So the question that occurred to me was, So hang on. Here's a human being that is able to do seemingly so much more in comparison to this robot that we're building. So how does a human do it? So that was for me. It also helped that my mentor at the time, Hans Rudy, was a neuroscientist, right? So I got myself very much involved in neuroscience, right? So essentially, how does a human mind, how does it function, right? How do we do complex representation of patterns, which we see every day? So of course, I decided to do a master's degree in Sweden, again in theoretical physics, because I like the imagination to do something else, I guess. So I went on and did a master's in theoretical physics at Umeå University in Sweden. And it was then that after then I came back to Switzerland and we started working on building essentially a chip that would go into an arm, so that would interface with the peripheral nervous system. We built a chip, one of the first chips actually. I was part of the team that built one of the very first chips that could do this. So it will record signals from your peripheral nerves, right? So essentially, when you want to do an action, right, you have your motor cortex. It sends the signal to the nerves in your hand, and these signals, they activate the muscles. So we're trying to read those signals and essentially send them directly to a robot and vice versa. So we succeeded in building something, designing something that it worked, and it was sensible, and then the company was acquired. And of course, when a company gets acquired by a bigger company, they have other priorities. So it was then that, okay, then I went on and I went on to do my PhD and so on and so forth. But I think for me, when I look back on the journey, I've been very fortunate, very, very lucky, I must say. One of the things that always, when people see you or when people meet you and you're like, they usually assume that you're an African American, right? And you tell them you're from Nigeria. And for a lot of people on the global stage, I don't think a lot of people would even know that there is a Unilag, which I think is one of the best universities in the world. I'm legally obliged to say that. so I don't think a lot of people understand that in Nigeria there are gigs. There are gigs in Nigeria that I think the name for them then was Efikos or whatever you call it. Then I don't know if it was pejorative or anything, whatever. But there are gigs in Nigeria. There are gigs that seek opportunity to remake our world. I think it's very important that not just to say that the university or the policymakers or the government give these people space. I think as businesses in Nigeria, we need to give just science, just people that have the first, if you were saying like, okay, we want to take ideas from Nigeria to the world, right? In the local environment where they live in, they have to thrive. We have to give science a space to thrive. It is the ultimate value creation. It's the ultimate value creation engine. You can say whatever people can. We can talk from now until the cows come home, or until the chickens come home, or whichever animal you prefer, right? We can talk from now till thy kingdom come. But if you look at any major economy in the world, it is not possible to build a world-class economy. It's not possible without giving science its pride of place. It's simply not possible. It's just not, I don't know how else to say it. Now, the first step in that is to make sure our young people, they understand that. They understand that science is the ultimate creator of value, and we give them the space to thrive. How do we give them space to thrive? We encourage them. We give them a lot of encouragement. That what you're doing is important. What you're doing is valuable. From as early an age as possible, we have to give them encouragement until they get to unions and so on. And then when they leave that, helping them build businesses. So science without a business bent or science that is not delivering value in the real world doesn't make any sense. It's not going to get anywhere. Now, once you do that, then people begin to see, I believe, people begin to see the country, people begin to see the people in a different light. That these are people from Lagos or people from Nigeria or people of the Nigerian diaspora that are not just solving problems that plague Nigeria alone, but they are solving problems that are global in nature. So the company I founded Koneku in between Switzerland and London, right? And when it came time to raise money, we raised money in Silicon Valley, right? As the speaker earlier was mentioning, right? You used to have this thing that you call local champions. On the global scale, you have these global champions, and everybody has something magical about them. It's just everywhere. So we get to Silicon Valley, and they're like, wow, there's this guy from Switzerland that is doing this. But the mindset that I have always had, and the people that I surround myself with, has always been, we're not just solving a problem, or we're not just looking at Africa, the market. The world is as much of African origin. The world belongs to the African as much as it belongs to the European, or as much as it belongs to the American. It's a global table that we are all called to bring a solution that solves real problems. I think I'm going to stop there for a second, and I'm here to answer any and all questions you may have. Please. I want this to be as conversational. I think we can hear you. Yes.
My name is Eric.
Hi, Eric.
I'm a creative, and I say that because I've dabbled in different levels, so I'm not just going and but one of the things I do, and my most recent is now that I'm restless, and I've always been restless and curious and inquisitive as a child. And so I always found I was kind of sheltered. So my imaginations always run wild. So I always wanted to. I love to read. I read my first Cosmo when I was maybe 10, because I snuck into my aunt's room and I read it, and she said, "Oh, this is not appropriate. This is not what you should be reading now." But that's how curious I was. And I went to science class, wanted to be a doctor and all of that, but I was very creative inclined. But my question is, for a Nigerian kid, especially here in Nigeria, how do you stay sane, stay on that path, and still try to convince people that this is what you want to do and you know why, because it's beyond what every other person thinks, and still not get their approval? Because I've come to realize something: the journey is always a soft journey, and a lot of times even people around you wouldn't get it, they won't get certain things. But how do you make peace with yourself with that decision, and not care about people's either validation or love or approval, especially from family and friends who maybe think that your journey is taking too long than the conventional process? Especially, there's this thing about Nigerians where they want to always reduce your dream. When you feel you can get here and get here, and you're like, oh, it's not possible. Nigeria, you did, all these kind of things. And I'm like, I see it. It might be difficult because we don't have the infrastructures here. But then how do you, first and foremost, convince yourself that this is what you want to do despite all of the things not happening yet, the trials, the people looking at you like, oh, your mates are doing something else, I studied estate management, but I never for one day wanted to
Manage
practice.
real estate. Yeah.
I didn't even finish my IT, but I got an A from the presentation. But that was just how, even when I tried to do other things from fashion to radio to everything, it's always still brought me back to the creative system. And how do you make peace with yourself, and how do you have the conversation with people around you who care about you? Because at the end of the day, they want you to succeed, they just don't understand how it's going to happen. How do you make peace so that they don't, especially now that Christmas is coming and family members will always ask, yeah, so what are you doing now? We've not, that kind of, how do you make peace with that and still have that conversation with people who genuinely care, but they just don't understand
Awesome.
the process?
Do you want to tell me what kind of art you're involved in?
I'm an actor, but I also write. And I've worked in fashion editorial, I've worked in radio, I've done TV, I've done radio drama, I've done stage. So that's why I call myself creative. And I also want to tell stories using film or documentary.
Got it.
Yeah, so I'm just all over the place in the creative space. But
Love
it's still storytelling that's at the core of everything.
Love it. So first off, I think conviction a sense of conviction. There are many things that people can fake. A lot of things. You can fake a lot of things. I don't personally believe conviction is something you can fake. It's either you have it or you don't. And it comes across to me that you have conviction. Never let, it's okay to be alone and at peace than to be with other people and not be at peace. I mean, what is the sense of it? Yes? So if you're convinced this is what I want to do, I think you should stick with it. So to go into, so two things. How the folks growing up, how do they keep their faith or how do they keep their dream alive? And to speak specifically to what you're involved in. I live in San Francisco. I live in Silicon Valley. A lot of the things that are made possible in Silicon Valley today, there is what is real and there is what is a narrative. You see? Whenever you talk to anybody outside of Silicon Valley, there is a certain, yes, there is, let's be clear, there is magic in Silicon Valley. Just the pace, like some things you would try to do anywhere else that would take you, I don't know, 5 years. You could do it in Silicon Valley in 5 months. Just because of the pace at which everybody moves. It's breakneck, it's incredible. The amount of capital you're exposed to, the talent, and it's the Olympics of it, if you ask me. But there is also a narrative. Hollywood and Silicon Valley, they are symbiotic. When you have a narrative, and that narrative has substance under, there is no limit to what is possible. So let's take I was traveling, I'm not going to knock on Hollywood now, Nollywood, I'm not going to knock it. I grew up in Surulere. When Living in Bondage first came out, right? So Hollywood came out of Surulere. I think culturally, Surulere has done so much for Nigeria that I think anybody that lives in Surulere should just be paid a salary. so if you look at Nollywood, right? Ask yourself this. And I'm gonna plug this unashamedly, right? How much does Hollywood sell the story of the Nigerian tech scene? Where is the symbiosis there? If you pick any random Hollywood movie today, Nollywood movie, right? Again, not to bash on them, right? What is the story it's telling? This is a challenge for you as an actor, yes? What is the story, the narrative that Nollywood is creating about our country? About the peoples in it, about their dreams? Yes, people are struggling. Yes, it's a hard country. Yes, all of this. But what about the future, though? Why can a Nigerian kid not watch a Nollywood movie, and be inspired about space travel? Why not? Why is a Nigerian kid not watching a Nollywood movie and be inspired about biotechnology? Why can we not tell the stories to ourselves? Why must it be doom and gloom? Don't get me, there is a lot of that. Don't get me wrong, right? So, for you as a creative, for me, this is a challenge. How can we tell a better story of ourselves? And this story, the whole of Africa yearns for this story of the Nigerian tech scene. And it's their salvation, if you ask me. So that's one thing for us to ruminate on. The other one is, for kids growing up, how can we support them and make sure that they thrive and so on and so forth? Alliances, for instance. If you find that, I have a kid that is, he thinks tech and he's a tech head and he thinks this, and surely they're not alone, yes? Where are the others? I was fortunate when I went to GCL. I had a group of friends. We used to play it was a very sick game, right? And that game was, no matter what we were taught at school, no matter what we learned at school, to find the most obscure books, read them, and then come to school and torture the other person about what they did not know, right? And that other person will now go back and do the same, such that by the time I finished, high school, there were things that I knew that I shouldn't know, for better or for worse. Maybe that's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit screwed up. Right? Yes.
All right. So I know we've got a couple of questions. There are a few difficult questions in here. I am going to invite PK and Dr. Conway to join Osh on the panel sessions, and then we'll take those questions. Now, before we start that panel session, I am going to give Dr. Conway the microphone to just do a quick 5-10 minutes. But before I do that, please allow me to just introduce you. You can tell the humble men, they really don't like it. Pardon me. Dr. Pomile Oshibo is a partner at Platform Capital. And just as a side note, a lot of my friends, once they saw the post, they said, "You are meeting Dr. Pomile. You're famous." He is responsible for investments, fundraising, and investor relations at Platform Capital. He also oversees the firm's operation in North and Latin America. Platform Capital is a growth market-focused, sector-agnostic, principal investment and advisory firm. Dr. Oshibo has over 13 years of private equity and research experience in deal structuring, investment management, fundraising, market intelligence, project management, and business development. Dr. Oshibo is also the Chief Investor Relations Officer at Unicom Group, a Pan-African investment company targeting innovative ideas, startups and early-stage companies in the technology and technology-enabled sectors across Africa that have the potential to emerge as unicorns, and serves as a director at Diatom Impact, an impact-focused investment and research organization committed to being a global change agent through collaborative partnerships with communities, corporations, and governments in order to create solutions that solve... Oh, my mic's not on. Oh, okay. In order to solve entrenched issues and development challenges. Prior to joining Platform Capital, Dr. Oshibo worked as Synergy Capital Managers in Nigeria, an Anglophone West Africa-focused SME fund manager, on the successful fundraise of their second round. He was also involved in the fundraising for 5 companies, with one of these companies raising the first corporate infrastructure bond in Nigeria back in 2017. Before moving to Synergy Capital, Dr. Oshibo was manager, research and training at African Private Equity and Venture Capital Association, AVCA in London, where he advised African fundraisers on their fundraising strategy, investor concerns, and current market dynamics, provided global and African institutional investors with up-to-date insights on industry trends, fund manager and transaction activity. He's trained pension funds across sub-Saharan Africa on private equity and led the production of various research reports providing thought leadership and market intelligence on African private equity industry trends across sectors and regions. Pardon me, I'm almost done. He has way more than this. It's like a whole book, but I'm almost done. Prior to joining AVCA, Dr. Oshibo worked as a research fellow at the Global Center of Excellence in Kumamoto University in Japan. Dr. Oshibo has a PhD in chemical engineering and a BEng in chemical engineering from the University of Birmingham, UK. On that note, I will stop here because if I continue, we'll be here for a long time. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Oshibo.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I think for me, hearing all that from your friends, especially that topic, just because the person is like, but I think what I think for me is, very interesting hearing Oshi's story. I know Oshi and I spoke a number of times, and we even though we had different backgrounds, I grew up in Nigeria, left Midway Secondary School, moved to a place where I was the only black guy in the whole school and the whole black guy in an island of like 30,000 people. And then UK, Japan, moved back to Nigeria. I've had lots of experiences, and one thing, and to the guy over there, what's your name? Eric. Just believe in yourself. It's as simple as that. Because hearing you talk, very reminiscent. I used to read a lot. When I heard your story, I laughed because there was a day, I remember the day vividly. I was 7 going on 8. My mom came home from work and I was reading her Mills and Boons, and she was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I've read all the other books in the house." She drove me out straight away, bought like 12 books, and I came back to the house. So I can empathize and relate to your story because it's happened to me as well. But that was my inquisitiveness. I just had tons of it. And even in school, it was seen as energy. It was seen as being resistant, being stubborn. But I was just like, look, all these other things don't matter. This is what matters to me. But I have to say, I did change. As I got to see more of the world, I realized that the world that I knew and grew up, I had to redefine the world for myself and define what that meant. There were struggles, there were pains, but I began to realize that what I'd been taught was important. I'm not saying home training wasn't important, because I still remember my mother, when I moved to school in the UK at 13, telling me that you're the only black guy here. Whatever you do, they'll know you're the one that's done it. So you can imagine when they're leaving you at the school gates and leaving that impression. But even with that, I learned that you have to discover who you are. And this is not just spiritual. There's spirituality, yes, but from a mental, emotional, psychological perspective, understanding yourself is important for you to see the world differently, for you to have a real paradigm shift across all, should I say, all phases of who you are, on the spiritual side, on the physical side, on the mental, on the emotional side. Being able to understand who you are, what makes you, what are your triggers, what pushes you, is important for you to see the world differently, because you can't see the world as borderless. You cannot begin to say you want to master the world if you've not mastered yourself. And it took me a long while. I'm here sounding all philosophical and smart. Trust me, his experience, his pain, that has just taught me that, look, once you understand where you are, what your triggers are, what your challenges are, then you can begin to see the world. And follow your passion. Passion, yes, is great, but passion, like a lot of things around, is energy. If you don't channel the energy, if you don't discipline the energy, it will lead you down paths that are unproductive. So, as part of my job, I see a lot of entrepreneurs, and I always laugh when they tell me that, oh, I'm passionate about this, that's why I'll be successful. I'm like, passion is great, but passion alone will not sustain you, because when you have those challenges, you will fall off if passion alone is driving you if you haven't learned to discipline it. And I've traveled, I've lived in many places. And it's not the living, it's the information that I absorbed when I was there that was more important. Because I know tons of friends, like Usher said, wanted to do things differently. It's very interesting. When I was in Japan, there was a very good friend of mine who I made there. He was Turkish. We were doing exactly the same thing. He hated Japan. I love Japan. And it was our outlook. Because he was just like, I don't like the food. I don't do this. I don't do that. And I was just like, open your mind to see what it is, your outlook. Your outlook determines a lot when things happen to you. I always laugh and people are like, look, for me, being in Japan was like virtual reality. I was like, this is not my reality, really, but it's the reality I'm in. And so I took every experience, positive, negative, as a learning experience. Because when you're in virtual reality, or nowadays augmented reality or mixed reality, I was in Japan 2010, so we didn't have augmented reality yet. So and it's virtual reality. But when you're there, you know that you're absorbing experiences, sights, sounds, colors, but it's not real, but you're learning from it. And that's, this is how I look at the world. The world that we live in today is truly borderless. I think people should push yourself, go and experience new things. Because it is when you experience, and what I experience is just information, sight, sound, smell, that, whatever it is. When you begin to experience new things, you begin to shape yourself. Good and bad, you'll experience good and bad things, and it's also outlook that also determines. But as you take on that information, you're then able to relate with somebody on the other side to remove the borders. So you meet with someone who's from the UAE, from Thailand, from Brazil, but because you've been able to consume information, as Osh said, sometimes pointless information, but I found pointless information from 10 years ago stands you in good stead, and it helps you make that connection and reduce that border. So it can also be a bad thing, just consume lots of random information that never comes good. But yeah, exactly. So, you're great on Twitter. You're like, oh, you know this thing. But once again, it's discipline. It's knowing what information you need at what point in time and driving towards your goal. So I think, being borderless is a very interesting topic for me. It's something that I love. I do. Like, if I had like $10 million in my bank account, maybe when Osh exits and makes money, I can be okay. I would love to travel. I would love to just travel the world and go to every single country in the world. That's really, if I didn't have to work again, that's really what I'll do. Just plan my journey. And when I'm done, do it again, because by the time I get back to the country, things would have changed. So that would be it. Trust me. Because I work hard, I can be a very good couch bum if I have money. So, but that is part of what I believe, and you heard from Dr. Akindele yesterday. We want to be borderless as individuals, but also globally, which is why we invest in the USA. We're an investor in Conoco. We invest in Latin America. There are companies there. And the interesting thing is, as we got more and more into Latin America, you find people that are really like, hey, Africa, I want to go to Africa. I want to do deals in Africa. I want to expand my company to Africa. So people are thinking the same thing, and they're interested in Africans and the African story. And I also echo what Osh said about we're not telling our stories. I spent 8 months in Japan, and I love the Japanese culture. There's a lot that I learned, and it's very interesting as you read a lot of, not saying it's the path to success, but a lot of successful people have had some intrinsic focus on Japanese. Steve Jobs, Phil Knight of Nike. It's played a big part in their aesthetics. Japan is a mix of spirituality. If anybody has a chance to go there, please go. It is the closest thing to being on another planet. That's my own thing. Like, it's the only place I've ever seen that your train arrives at 10 a.m., 14 minutes and 26 seconds, and it arrives. So it's like closest thing, but it's phenomenal. But the point I was making is just being borderless, being there, being open to a different aesthetic and understanding of a different culture that might be counter to yours. Being able to understand it, you might not agree with it, but being able to understand it is important. And even understanding why you don't like it. A lot of people don't question things, they just, so the point I'm making is the difference between Japan and Nigeria, I felt there were a lot of similarities. They have great culture, we have great culture. And this applies to Africa, not just Nigeria. They have great stories, we have great stories. They have great food, we have great food. They have very smart people, we have very smart people. So I kept asking myself, why? Why are we so different? And one of the things that I realized there is Japan does an amazing job of selling their story. So does America. Well, it used to be for Trump, but of selling their narrative, their culture. Like, people leave their countries and go there to watch. And I say this, I've experienced it twice, and I love it. It's called Hanami, watching the cherry blossoms fall from a tree. And you get people who fly. Tickets are more expensive. Those are some of the most expensive tickets if you try and get to Japan around that time. Usually around mid to end March. Hanami to what the cherry blossom. But really, what are we doing? Watching flowers fall from tree. It's beautiful, yes, but we also have very beautiful things. Waterfalls, the New Yam Festival. But we don't do a great job. I know there are people who are changing that narrative, but narrative control is very important to how we see ourselves, how the world perceives us, and how people want to come. If anybody, I've been to Chaliwate in Ghana. This was 2018, annual art festival. People leave the UK, leave America, and fly down there. I don't know of any festival in Nigeria where people leave the UK. I know of one, people have said, in Uyo, but I haven't been. Calabar. So people leave? Okay, great. I love it when I hear. I love to be wrong in things like this. But we need more. That's just one. We have 36 states with such rich culture, so we need more. But I'll stop it there. And
thank you very much, Doctor.
You're welcome.
So when Oshi was talking about Surulere earlier on, I don't know if anyone smiled because I also hail from Surulere. You need to pay us royalties. I totally agree. We would think of Wizkid because that boy, that song, I'm not sure if he's Surulere boy as much. But I grew up about 5 minutes away from Ojuelegba. And so just barracks, Stadium Hotel. So one of the things I typically do when I'm speaking in the UK is I put up a picture of Ojuelegba roundabout. And I say, this is where I live, and I talk about our story. And kind of talk about it from the perspective of when I was in that, I didn't see it as poverty as much as you define it as poverty, right? Yeah. So to my question, and I think I want to start off with Koniko. How are you, first of all, what is Koniko? What do you do? And what opportunities lie ahead to change that narrative? Or is that not a focus for you at the moment?
That's a very, very thoughtful and intentional question. Thank you for that. I have a theory. I have a theory that the world is in a very crappy state right now because some aspects or some pieces of the puzzle are missing. Those pieces of the puzzle, in my view, will come from Latin America, will come from Africa, will come from Asia. This idea that the entire civilization that we live in today has to be one direction or has to be a Western view alone, I think that is flawed. I think the tapestry of human existence should be a collection of all the views therein. I think only then do you have a rich world that is less pain, right? And it's up to us, everyone in this room and beyond. It's not a choice, it's a responsibility that we have to bring this missing piece, as it were. So the idea that Africa is a place, or Nigeria is a place where we can only help them to be better, I think that idea or that mindset is flawed. The world needs what Africa, Latin America, and Asia has to bring as much as the other way. We are all in this together, so to speak. Okay? So for me, I think this is being borderless. This is what it calls us to do, to look beyond ourselves and so on and so forth. Koniko, what does Koniko do, and how does Koniko play into this story? Koniko plays into this story in a very implicit way, that by doing, that by my being there and others, yes, the way I think about business, the way I think about the solutions we bring, automatically brings an African perspective. I don't need to say it; it's obvious. Yes? This becomes self-evident, and the goal here is to deliver value not just for people of Africa, not just for people in San Francisco. Okuniku's goal is to deliver value on a global scale. Right? We want to solve a problem, a long-term problem that plagues everyone on this planet. And of course, we're convinced we will because we have the goods to show for it. So what does Koniku do? I didn't want to plug Koniku at all. But so we're an early stage company. We merge synthetic biology with silicon. What does this mean? We build cyborgs. To go into a little bit of detail what this is, so we take biologically modified cells. So we take, this comes from what we were talking about earlier. The fact that a lot of the technologies we see around us today, they are all based on what humans have built. Whereas we have these biological systems, we have a biological cell that is been engineered for over 600 million years by evolution, right? Which has, I mean, if you look at an ATP motor, for instance, or you look at the flagellum of a bacteria, the nanotechnology that this thing packs is pretty incredible. And over the last, 30 years, give or take, human beings now have the power to synthesize DNA. Not only can we sequence, so DNA, just for a quick refresher, right? This is essentially the code of life. This is what determines what you are. The deoxyribonucleic acid. So this is what essentially determines what you are. So you have this chain of chemicals that you can essentially modify and change the behavior of a cell, like change the structure of a cell. So for instance, if you had a cell that was there that was detecting vanillic acid, for instance, I can sequence the DNA and change the behavior of this cell to detect menthol or whatever, right? So we have built this biological cell. So we use just ordinary biological cells. We use biological neurons. We use kidney cells. We use heart cells, all kinds of cells. So we take essentially a cell, we modify it, and we merge this with silicon. So now you have a traditional computer chip that has a biological cell inside. So it's both a living thing and it's a machine, right? That's what Koniku has built. And thanks to the support of Momile and Toye, and who are our investors in Nigeria, we have investors from all over the world. And for me, it's a special pleasure to have our people in the room as well. It always brings me, personally, it brings me a lot of joy. And also I get the excuse to call Momile every day and just bother him about what's going on. He's like my news guy. Like, hey, what's going on? He's like, it hasn't changed, Osh. It was the same thing that was going on 2 days ago. So we built this chip that allows you to essentially, it breathes. It's able to detect the air and tell you what's in it. So our applications, for instance, is in detecting explosive compounds without having to touch a person. We started our clinical trials to detect COVID-19 from breath. COVID-19 is a real thing, and it's killing people like crazy in America right now, and in Europe, and I suspect here as well. A lot, actually. So our technology, we want to have it in every airport on the planet so that when somebody falls sick somewhere, they don't get transmitted everywhere. But our goal is to have our technology in every bathroom, in every home on this planet, so that you wake up in the morning, you breathe on our device, and we can essentially diagnose if you have malaria in real time, and somebody can ship a drug to you, and so on and so forth. So I think if we have this solution coming from somebody that grew up in Surulere, I think now the world will have to pay everybody in Surulere taxes. I'm very adamant about this, Surulere. Very adamant about it. But the goal here is that our technology is not, of course, when we first start shipping, we'll start shipping in December, actually. We'll ship to Western Europe, and we'll ship to San Francisco, and so on and so forth. So.
Awesome. Thank you. And Dr. Homile, you mentioned something about Japan. and the similarity between Nigeria or Africa as a whole and Japan in terms of culture. And I think you use the words, why are we so different, right? My question is, how welcome, Dr. C. Welcome, sir. So to the question I was asking, you talked about the difference in culture. Japan has the similar culture, respect and everything, and Africa has the same thing. My question is first of all, what makes us different? As in, so to your question, like answering that question itself, what makes us different in your observation? Why aren't we in that same bubble as Japan?
I think I'm going to need to study another PhD to answer that question.
Sorry, I'm drilling you. So I could put some context in it, but
maybe some context will help.
Okay.
Just what your thoughts are, so that I answer the right question.
Sure. So I haven't moved from Nigeria to the UK, and coming from my background in terms of growing up in the streets and all that kind of fancy stuff, that makes good for motivational work. One of the biggest challenges I've had when I sit with guys in the UK, US, and all that stuff is I'm expected that my knowledge, that I give credit to Western ideologies or culture for how smart I sound, right? And I'm like, we're not all dumb in Nigeria, right? So it's not that I graduated with a 2.2. I wasn't the smartest of kids, but I pushed myself in there, read books, read newspapers quite often and stuff like that, and developed myself. And that I can't attribute that to Western culture particularly. It's just that I applied myself because I remembered Yaone Chin Chin used to beat my head off and say, "Oh my, what are you doing with your time?" Because she kept telling me that time is of the essence, that I must do something with it. And that's coming from a culture and she's semi-illiterate as well. So in your experience working in Northern America and parts of America, I'm almost certain, or I presume, that you would have challenge as a black man walking in there, and sometimes it's like you have to read out that you went to Imperial College before you are respected. I'm not saying that's the case, but is that the case? Because that would be a challenge in a borderless movement, right?
There are like 5 questions. Okay, let me answer one quickly before I pass on the baton here. Look, I think it's actually interesting. The answer I'm going to put is Jared Diamond, Upheaval. So, have you read Upheaval? Okay.
Have you read Upheaval?
Yes.
Yeah. So Dr. Z was the one that actually recommended I read Upheaval, and it was very interesting. Like, that's what I mean. It seems like random knowledge, but it actually plugs some gaps. I think the big thing, one of the big things that shows that difference and why is crisis, how people responded to crisis. We've all had our crisis across Africa, and the intentionality that came out of that crisis to create a better place. I think that's part of the difference. This is not my field. There are guys who have like 3 PhDs in this field, so I'm not about to put myself out for firing squad. But in layman's terms, having lived both places, having experienced different sides of both places, I think it's that response that was different that has caused that. In simple terms, because this is the kind of discussion you have 3 hours about whiskey, but but just to answer your question, that question about the difference, having experience, but this is me. Other people might have their own theories, but this is just my personal.
I'll like to add to that, actually. I think part of what is wrong in our society is the type of awareness that we play with. So, for a lot of reasons that we don't have the time to go into, we have prioritized academics, right? Because I don't know any society that is able to grow based on the contents and the promises of academics. Academics provide order, right? The accurate arrangement of things. Two people can put a knife in my tummy. The way I know they want to go and see when I need the surgery is because academics is a surgeon. Two people can argue a lot, but one is a lawyer, the other one is just a debater. How do I know the one that can save me in court? Academics allow me to identify them, so it has its value. Then academics brings regulation, right, to society, so we appreciate that. But that cannot be the height of what, or the limits of what awareness or consciousness have to represent. And societies that have grown have understood that limit, but they have also been careful enough to create another parallel universe to that, which is education. And education is not academics. Academics is what you are taught. Education is what the teacher says. And education is the ability of the human life to do four things. One, experience the environment. Two, question it deep enough. Three, to find the options that exist in it. And four, to know the ones to embrace as a matter of supreme importance and urgency. Now, by that definition, the ability to experience your environment, to question it deep enough to find the options that exist in it, and to know the ones to embrace as a matter of supreme importance and urgency. By that definition, even with a PhD, you may not be educated. You will have passed the test of academics, but you have failed the test of education in that you really cannot experience your world to interpret it, but most critically, to create the options that the collective conditioning of that environment deserves, right? Is that a result of nature? No. Africa has continued to grow along different lines, right? Albeit at our own pace. We were not as strong militarily, so we lost to the military commitment of some other environment. But the truth is, you know, the guys who then received our societies back from the white man did not take the time to separate the conditioning of academics from the dutifulness of education. And so we have continued to grow academically at best at the expense of our education. And the people who offer freedom and strength, so if you talk to Doc, for example, Dr. Akindele or Dr. Pomile or Hosh or myself or yourself or anybody here, it's not really that you went to a university that has brought out the strength that you know. It is that you made up your mind at some time based on some type of input. Providence plays a lot of role in it, but there is a creative rebellion that have pretty much separated what society wants you to become and what you are choosing to become. In some environment, that providential experience is systemic, right? It's more systemic, and they, you know, pretty much prioritize those things. We don't want to go into history to ask how they're able to do that and we are not able to do this, because a lot of that is because they didn't allow us to do that, and because we disempowered ourselves by empowering their own ignorance to permit them to do that. But I think that that is possible, and that is why I align with what Doc was saying yesterday about the fact that we should not bow to that narrative of working hard to sit at the table, because that table itself is not designed for us. The maturity is to create our own table and to see how we can operate from that table. And that is a journey. That will require a lot of efforts, a lot of iterations, a lot of, you know, try and error, but we'll get it right if we take the boldness to consider that we can create our own table and we can offer invitation to others.
Let me jump into Pomile's question. Pomile is my colleague, you see him hedging. I'm probably realizing that you're live streaming this. Pomile was politically correct. Especially as he's traveling tonight. He does not want to be caught at the airport and say, you.
Yes. I sensed it.
You asked a very interesting question about Japan.
You're not traveling, so are you?
I'm traveling. I'll tell you the difference. Dignity. Japanese have a sense of dignity and self-worth. Amazingly so. And without going too much history, their own history of thousands of years of having a culture that they have a strong affinity and connection to, and give them a sense of self-worth above their station. They don't believe that that's one. Their spiritual awareness is two. They actually believe that if you're going to live this life, live it in a certain way, otherwise don't live it at all. You know, seppuku, you can kill yourself if you're dishonored. So honor is important to them. Honor. Living a life that's purposeful. So the cultural background gave them a very strong sense of dignity that even when they were attacked, even when they were stripped of that culture, even when America then sent its guns, warships there, like you all read that book, right? They found a way to bring back themselves, learn from America, and take control. Within 100 years, they were colonizing China. Africa, we've lost our sense of dignity. One of the painful, and I'm not going to blame slavery for everything. I'm done with that narrative. But I recognize it. And all of us are going to have to help the other person to recognize it so he can conquer it. Until we shoot that hostage in the face and say, stop staying slavery is your problem. Admit what he has done to you, slay your demon, and move on. That's okay. Yes, you guys have enslaved us. Now, we're going to enslave you back with my ideas or stuff. Now, the most significant biotech company in the world in the next 5 years is going to be called Koniku. Then you like to know, you're going to pronounce that name, Koniku. You know? What does Koniku mean? It means Koniku Yoruba is immortal in Yoruba. Go and learn it Yoruba, understand? But the sense of dignity that the Japanese have gives them the right to want more, to right to believe they can be better, to strive more and to execute. In Africa, we're almost sorry for our successes. For somehow, when the white men came and brainwashed us and we gave our lives away, we're still living in self-pity and denial. It's almost akin to what happened to Indonesia for a while. If you remember that book, before they realized, and that's when Indonesia is where Indonesia is today, whatever it is we call it. And the reason why I'm so happy about the future is because for the first time in 500 years of Africa's history, the young ones being born have no sense of slavery in their history. The young kids today don't care about, they don't even understand slavery. They grew up playing computer games somebody in Korea. Everybody here grew up being told that you had a sense of white man being superior some way. In your head, going abroad was actually the destination because you felt that no light, no electricity. And all the things, all the evils were that everything about about your country was good abroad. So it almost gave you a sense, even without you know you're being colonized mentally, that abroad was better than local. Right? But take kids today that are up to 14, 15. They have batteries to play computer game. They don't watch TV. So if there's no electricity, they don't know because their phone is their world. Their battery is charging their phone, their power bank is charging their phone. They are playing computer with someone in Korea, so they are global citizens. And we have to embrace and nurture that because they will be the ones that can truly liberate us. They don't see themselves as junior to anybody else. You take our kids, they are winning robotic competition globally. They are even being robotic, they are even seeing robots. You know, I donated a robot to University of Lagos recently during the COVID. And it was amazing at the whole University of Lagos, #1 in Nigeria, #5, 10 in Africa. That was the first robot there. So we studied computer science without seeing robots before. Interesting. That's what it is. But yes, these kids are already programming. They're coding. And what happens when they see these things? So developing Japan, Nigeria is that dignity. And I keep saying, and I say this again, until we get our dignity. But the thing about dignity is that nobody took it away from us. We gave it out. If you don't take your dignity back, first, like Kuni said, self-worth, know yourself. If other people's opinion about yourself is not about you, it's not you, it's their opinion. Don't give other people, if other people don't value you, they are selling your market, they are selling your product in the wrong market. Self-worth, dignity, then form a club of people that have dignity, and the movement starts. Until then, we're going to be having stories. But if this is a lost generation, the guys coming out, they're different from us. They're different from us. And I mean, do you know how tough it was to travel to abroad back in the day? You almost had to go to your village self, your mother in your village, you go to the that police or somebody, you are going to the embassy, go and get a visa. I mean, it was a communal effort to get a visa. It was, right? Yes. Now you have kids getting scholarship from home that winning get competition from their house. They don't care about, they see everything. So for me, it's that. Right? I think one of the exciting things about that book that got people is a great book to read, right? Our cultures have evolved. Even Latin American cultures have also colonized, how they evolved. Ours, yes, from a dignity. And most of them have no shame. We amass unnecessary things. We covet things that won't move us forward. We give away family treasure. We bring each other down, and not support each other, and yet we go and support people that are bringing us down. We steal, like everybody in the world steals, we all steal. But people abroad steal and invest in their own country, we still have to come abroad. You know? So it's like double whammy. They're first stealing, now they're exporting it to another country. So I think it's dignity and shame. And I think it's collective, everybody must have one.
Yeah. Just before we come into the room, I did promise the online audience that I was going to take their questions. So there is a question here around, so this John Olorun Mokwe or something, I can't see the writing properly, but John from YouTube, he's based in northern Nigeria, and he is very focused on teaching young people tech skills, especially children under 11. His question is, how do you overcome the adaptivity rate of these kids? Because these kids, it's new. This robotics, AI, it sounds very great, but some of them are still with tablets and writing on tabs and counting stones for mathematics. How do you then bring something totally, almost like it requires a different type of thinking skills, like analytical skills and the rest, for you to really succeed there? How do you do that? And the question will go to Osh. Or what advice would you give him?
Yes. For those that have studied electrical engineering in the room, there was a book that I was using when I think it was in Unilag, that Art of Electronics, Ben Horowitz, that was the book. And he was talking about LIFO and FIFO, first in, first out, last in, first out. And he wanted to make an analogy about this. I remember that example and he talked about a lunch tray, like a stack of lunch tray, right? And how the waiters would bring it to the Mensa, the restaurant in the university where he was writing the book, and bring it out. I grew up in Surrey. I have never seen this stuff before in my life. And I wondered, what is he talking about? Until I went to Europe. And then I saw one of these trays and I was like, aha! There we are. There is the tray he was talking about. To the what's his name again?
John.
To John on YouTube. I get it. You have to make examples of what is local. So it's funny what Toyo was talking about earlier, that when people came in here to colonize you, they gave you a Bible, and somebody was wise enough, calm down. Somebody did the translation of it. But nobody ever thought, let's translate the physics textbook so that people can localize it, because then you would have all of these examples now, and people will write books that have these examples in it and so on and so forth. But now the job falls on this generation. That what is urgent now is a lot of translation of these texts. So it falls on also me, by the way, right? It also falls on me. That when I'm talking about biotechnology, when I'm talking about DNA, when I'm talking about cells, when I'm talking about the future, that when I make local examples that people can easily relate to. For instance, when I was just talking moments ago now, I am guilty of it, just to talk about that mental thing. I talked about vanillic acid and I talked about menthol. I don't think anybody here uses vanilla to cook. Yes, a more apt example is something that is local that I'm actually blanking out on now. It's now that you mention it that I actually think about it. Right? I think, yes, they have to abstract this, but it has to be based on local examples that the kids that deal with this on a day-to-day basis, that even when they are 16 and they want to solve problems in that local environment, it's local problems they try to solve first.
That's good. That's really good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else on the panel want to add?
Yes, I want to add, but Dr. Pomele needs to get a flight.
Oh, okay.
And I promised him I will free him.
Don't worry, like, give him like 10 more minutes. I won't die. 10 more minutes.
Okay, because he was looking at me like, hey, get me out of here.
I made my flight, but
So on that note, just before you leave, there was a question I had. What are the emerging opportunities that people who don't want to leave Nigeria because they want to stay in Nigeria, right? What are those opportunities that you're investing in? And then what do you look for in that investor, or I mean in the investee?
There are challenges everywhere. Just pick the one that is close to you, that you understand. Two, the one that affects the most people around you, your community. Look around you. I see smart entrepreneurs every day that are solving problems around them in your local community. As Osh would say, localize it. Whatever that is that people have a real need for, address that. You might not figure it out first time, try it again, keep prototyping, keep trying, you will eventually get there. And you may realize along the way that the problem you were trying to solve is actually not the real problem people have, it's something else. And then you get onto it, Osh, before Kodiko, was on his journey for 15 years before he got to Kodiko, correct? So it doesn't happen instantly. That's one. But we, as a platform, we invest in everything. From ideas all the way to more mature companies. So come to us. What we look for simply, I'll break down to a few things. One, we look for passion. We look for understanding. We look for that deep hunger to make a difference. You didn't just start this to make money, and that becomes evident. And we also look for the hunger and the desire to learn and to become better and to become a real global changer. Not just thinking, I want to change my community. You're thinking Africa, you're thinking the world, you want to have impact at global scale. Simply put, the rest will advise you, will work with you, but if you have those things, that's a good starting point.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Yes, I would like to add to that first question, leading to this. And I really cannot wait for Doc's session after all of this, because I'm really interested in his thoughts today. But to the guy in the north of Nigeria, I need to say this for everyone listening. Being borderless is a duty for the African. I really think we have lost our right to interpret anything that will represent us in any way different from that borderless way of thinking and of looking at things. And there's no such thing like some people don't want to live. It's not an option anymore. If you want to be part of the future and you don't want to be a victim of it or a casualty in it, right, you have to live. Now, the living is what we are discussing here, because the living doesn't have to be physical, right? That is why we have technology, right? The living can transcend the limits of geography, but it doesn't have to be physical. So the Googling, every time you Google and you search, you are living where you are. And we have to begin to see movement beyond the limits of physical exchange and physical expression. There is a sense in which you can do so much on one spot, but you can do so much in the world on one spot. Now, companies are already doing that. There are companies that are collecting so much money from Africa, attracting purchasing power from all over the world, and they are not living where they are, but they are living with their technology, and they are living with their ideas. Yesterday, Doc was talking about our songs, and now our songs is renting spaces in the heads of people globally. And that in itself is another level of programming, right? Depending on how you look at it. So we have to understand that ideas, the most dominant countries, the most prosperous countries, the most prosperous companies, families, individuals are those who have been able to move ideas globally, right? when you respect Japan, understand that Japan is where Honda is from, Toyota, Sony, Panasonic. Do you know how many brands are in Japan that are attracting purchasing power from all over the world and bringing into headquarters in Tokyo? Then you have to think about Korea. You have Hyundai, you have Samsung, LG, you have Kia, all of that. Germany, BMW, you could count. I'm sure every Nigerian can name a US brand. I mean, the idea is that we have to be able to represent ideas in such a way that if some of us may require to move physically to some other places, but if not all of us will be required to move physically, but from where you are, it could be in the pursuit of funding, partnership, markets, or whatever it is, you will have to move that ideas. And if we bring it down to that micro level, it doesn't really make sense again to continue to earn within the limits of your geography. The Naira is under siege on a daily basis. If you can get an idea that somebody can send you pounds in exchange for the value you represent from the UK, you can sell a shoe to guys in Gambia or in Johannesburg or in Silicon Valley or anywhere. That works. And for that, what you need is a website. What you need is a podcast, digital marketing. And you could do a lot with that without even leaving your country, right? So that is key. Then on the idea of language, I also want to say, I have an entire work out there. I'm sure some of you have seen that. And I have an entire interview on the Tangible Face show where I did a thorough expose on why I think English language is a major limitation and French for the African condition. And just like Osh said, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, they are the subjects of development. Every other subject is either trying to distribute what they make, protect it, market it, or do something with it, But those subjects make everything, right? And it has to come to a place where part of being borderless is that we need teachers, we need language professionals to begin to take responsibility for how somebody can understand, some of these things that he was talking about in Hausa, in Igbo, and I have an entire document published out on how we can actually do that. And a lot of what we can do I actually think that English language, for example, should not be a determinant of progress in our country. I think it is too late to eliminate English language, but we have to begin to focus on its goal. For example, if I say to you, so a young boy came to me some years ago, and he came to ask for some money to buy a new engine into his car. And we said to him, okay, but you were brilliant when you were in school. I recall that you were smart. Bottom line, he said he couldn't pass English language, and so he didn't make the required commitment to get an entrance university. Then I asked myself, so what subject did you pass? He passed commerce, government, and I think some other subject. What language did you use to pass those subjects? He used English language. Okay, but the English language that you used to pass those subjects, you could not pass. The question is, what is the goal? It means when the examiner is testing you, it's not testing the use of English. It's testing the technicality of English. Because if it's testing the use, you could use it enough to pass 3 other subjects. So no matter how well you can use it, if you cannot tell the difference between a phrase and a clause, between an adjective and a pronoun, you are not going to pass. Then the bigger question is, what is the goal of lingua franca? Is it communication or sophistication? Because if it is communication, if I say, I'm going to Lagos, you understand me? To ask me to say, I am going to Lagos is luxury. You are demanding sophistication. What you need is to understand what I'm saying. If I say, I'm come tomorrow and me, Osh, and Doc, we move. You get me? The goal is communication. Now, we are the only one holding ourselves down to that standard. The Chinese man is not held to that standard anywhere. The Japanese is not held to that standard. The German is not. The best soccer coaches in the world, the best, actually the best 5, the best 6, speak the worst grammar in the world, and they are training Englishmen in England. And they are speaking the worst language, and everyone is listening. If you mistakenly say shush instead of church, here, you cannot marry the girl of your dreams. Except the father of the girl is also a church-speaking personality, so sympathetic resonance. They can pity each other and connect at a level. The idea is that we have to outgrow those things because some of our best brains did not have the opportunity to grow along the growth cycle that we have defined because they could not pass the technicality of language, right? So we have to beat that. Some of the most intelligent people are solving problems in a store. Yeah, because... sorry?
No, I completely agree.
Yes.
How do we do it?
How do we beat that? So first of all, I think that we have to go back to the foundation. And part of that is that, first of all, we legislate. We have to legislate it and say that pidgin is not a proof of stupidity. Pidgin is the proof of a people's struggle with an original language. So there's pidgin French, there's pidgin Yoruba, there's pidgin Igbo, there's pidgin in every language. And so, and the texture of my communication does not represent my intelligence. So the strength of my thinking, the strength of my character, and all of that is not represented in my communication at all, right? In my language, in the best communication of it. So how do we allow people to, first of all, express themselves without passing the test of technicality, losing the test of meaning, right? So that has to be legislated. It means that you cannot hire me if I say I'm go. You hire me if I cannot solve the problem that you want me to solve. That compels you as well to change the model for choosing who can do a good work from academic texts that allow me to see how I can perform. So your test probably will not have to be project-based. You have to change the entire recruiting model, right? To test whether I can really do the job, not whether I can make you feel that I can do it, which is what English language will do, right? It doesn't show that I can do it at all. Secondly, I think that we should ban English language as a test of, as a part of grading in schools. I think we should make, since we have accepted it as a lingua franca, we should make it compulsory for everybody to learn. But it should not be part of your grading. It means that you must learn English language in the same way you must have a driver's license. But if you are supposed to be able to understand and speak a form of it, enough for everybody to understand. Now, if you dump the worst Nigerian in terms of English language to any market, anywhere in Nigeria, he will buy and sell and live. And what they are going to use to communicate is not the best of grammar. It is, but everybody's going to buy, and everybody will be okay. So I think that is important. I think, again, we should provide English language centers that I think are free. And this is documented, and they are not exhaustive. There will be more. But we should provide English language centers in every local government. And people can be compelled to study it, again, in an informal way. But the goal, again, is to give us words to just use to be able to communicate. That way, and then our researchers will have to go out of their way to begin to give us physics, chemistry, biology in our local dialects. Particularly, I think it's the three major ones. And then we can begin to learn at that level, right? And there will be more. So all of that will not be exhaustive, but that will be a chance for us to begin to create a level playing field, such that the guy who grew up, because when you look at it now, there's a guy who grew up somewhere in Elisha, right, who has never read Superman before, has never seen a comic before. But he's going to come and write the same exam that the guy who has been watching cartoons from his mother's womb is going to come and write, right? And they're going to be held to the same standards, you see? It's easy to say, but I didn't go to nobody taught me that, I just found it. There will be a lot of providence in how you have evolved. If you look at the science or the protocol to which we evolve, our best people, right? It really eliminates a larger chunk of people who are not able to participate in what we have called education, right? As a matter of fact, I don't think education is going on at all. Like I defined earlier, it's a lot of academics. So those are the type of conversations I think we still need to have. Of course, I'm not sitting here to say that I have found how it's going to go, but we'll have to return at some point to that type of way. And then how do you hold me accountable to the standards of the language of another man? If I say if I say, Mufe Malo, I should be ashamed, right? Mufe Malo, you are ras, that's not right? But now, if I say Mufe Malo, I am touched. You actually respect me. When our children say Mufe Malo, we respect them. We say, wow, what a good, that means that he's sophisticated, he's exposed, he's traveled, he cannot speak his language well, And Ugungi wa Thiongo said something very important. He said, take away a man's language, and you have taken away a critical part of his destiny and his identity. And that will be true. So I think that we have to find our way, and I challenge our innovators and entrepreneurs to also begin to look at, development from that perspective. We need products, ideas, softwares, apps, and all of that in those areas as well. It's not just about, which, like Dr. Kwamele said, we should look at the problems that are predominant in our society and see the kind of solutions we can provide to them. And it doesn't have to be about shoes and shirts and health and all of that. We need all of that, but we need more. No, I trust my friend. You.
So I agree. I agree, and I listen very well. And Kule, as you always, makes a lot of sense. There's a part where I struggle, and when that part comes in, most things that happen in Africa, government. Make perfect sense. But all those plans depend on government. So scratch it.
I hear you.
Because government is not governance in Africa. It's something else. So why don't we flip that model on its head? Why don't we, employers of labor, remove English as a test to hire people?
Correct.
That's one. But just don't be saying, I'm not just using English for anybody. Why don't we, as employers of labor, then allow vernacular, which they've turned our language to, as a form of communication? So why must I speak English when I start my office? You're about to speak English, it's okay. Why don't we do it? I think that talk is cheap. I think charity begins at home. I think we have to force government to do what's already. Government usually follows the wave. Everybody's doing it, they'll say, yes, okay, let's restrict it. But
ask you for a right. Which of us is the asking for a right?
It will not happen.
I think it's because of the way you're sitting.
Okay. Okay, I think, so, I like very radical thinking like that. So, I have a retreat to my staff in December. You have to speak it freely. Just start with that. Speak it freely. Speak it freely.
Are you aware that we are going through this?
I don't know. They're not aware, right? They're not putting the prayer.
They were.
They're not aware, right? Not they're aware. Thank you. So I think that's definitely one way for all of us to do it. So we can, because I see in this world entrepreneurs, if you really believe what you've heard, don't just do something about it. That's one. Government will not build English language centers anywhere. They don't need to.
Yeah.
We don't need it again because you just watered down the case you're making. If you want to learn English in Germany, you go to English school, you speak German, simple, right?
You pay for it.
And you pay for it. So, since now I'm saying to myself, I'm going to levy Osh or Kunle that brought that, all of them, I want to collect money from them to then look for professors in university to translate physics, chemistry, biotech. I want to collect money from them and pay professors. Please, all these textbooks, start translating to your English, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa for me. And do as many as possible and then mass distribute it. I'm going to leave these people that everybody I know now, say, give me money. I'm putting money there. My problem with talking is that I just don't like it. It's a waste of my time. A lifetime is too short for talking. So I'm happy I came here today. The time of the year I look for insane goals.
I think we should put money on the table totally.
Simple. I don't want to do. I'm going to do it. I'm not going to. So first, my office, I want to educate. Speak your mind. I don't care. It's fine. Any language you want to look at. One of us being able to get as your business. So if you are doing business, guys, speaking, but I don't understand what you're saying, and you don't get promoted, know that it's your fault. It's not but yes, but if you think that okay, your boss is Igbo, I'm Igbo, I'm going to okay speaking Igbo. I should let them speak Igbo, right? Maybe then, because it's almost in your house, you don't realize that because you speak English at work every day, you get to speak English as well. Your kids can't just speak, you don't speak English. So for me, I think borderless means non-governmental.
Yeah.
So every idea we discuss here, please let's not put government into it. I beg of you. Let's do it just time. Borderless world, you are being disrupted from remote. Yeah. For me, those two things, I want to take things are clear on that. But government is not the solution. But your ideas are radical enough for us to. And if you can learn from a movement, I think we'll get some. We'll dent the universe somehow.
Thank you, sir. Yep, please. It's interesting you said that. I had two other questions here which I refused to read because it was focused on the government. How do you get leadership to encourage borderless
I'm not
movements?
interested.
So I kind of paused.
If pastors cannot do it, they joke about government. I don't know where I saw it. They said that when they are swearing them into office, that they use the Bible and the Quran. And they should say, no, don't use Bible or Quran. Use Ugu or Shu. You see, they'll not thief, they'll not steal. So, but on the lighter note, I'm not sure. I'm not capable of talking about government. I'm not intelligent enough.
Government actually is not.
Huh?
It's not.
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. So.
We said yesterday. There's actually no society in the world that has grown because its government.
None.
None. There's not one.
None. So
it starts with the people.
So for me, I want to.
Somebody was making. I turned off my mic here. Somebody was telling me the other day that in South Korea, is it not? In South Korea, the entire economy of that country is run by about 4 families.
Yeah.
One of them is the Samsung family.
Yeah.
The government is an afterthought.
Totally.
Everything else is built by private enterprise. And you can see the difference between the north and the south, where it's extreme
Government control.
private.
I think that there's just something wrong in the water we drink here, or something, right? You guys are under our nose, right? Under our nose. These are things that keep me up at night. Under our nose, in the last 2 months, 2 music groups have done IPOs. Come in South Korea. In North Korea. It's not South Korea.
South Korea.
2 music groups, and the music group, music pop.
Yes.
Group.
The K-pop guys.
K-pop guys. They're that group of
Yeah, they did IPO, yes.
They've done IPO and they're
Yeah.
unicorns. Pause. Do you know that South Korea music is being exported globally? They're now the biggest group around the world. They're colonizing their own region. So they're colonizing Asia. And I bet if you have young kids at home, they do to K-pop. Your kids are listening to K-pop now. And movies too. Interesting, right? So, yet we have Davido, Whiskey, Burna Boy. And so we cannot securitize their music and race and turn them into. So why would your child, so one of us says, if our child wants to be a musician, we first slap that boy, we first get. But you don't want to go and be a musician, you don't want to read your book. It's changing gradually, right? But the point is just, we're not thinking radically. Please, let's not discuss government. If you want to survive in the future, let we be I. So let that we on that day be I. Let's start from I. When you dominate and control I, we is easier, right? I don't discuss government.
Thank you very much, Doc. So let's go to the room. We will give out numbers, so just to make it quick. Please, you're number 1. Number 2, anyone else? Number 3. Do we have one more person? Number 4. Okay, all right, let's start with you, Ma.
Okay. Thank you very much, Excellent, for the wonderful sessions. I just said that science needs to be given room to thrive in Nigeria. And one of the things you talked about, and Dr. Doc also talked about yesterday, was the fact of education is the way forward. And PK also mentioned the same thing. And you talked about young people. My question is this, and please correct me if I'm wrong. There is a lot of discussion on young people. The young people, the 20-something-year-old, the 30-something-year-old.
They are old, they're not young.
Sorry?
And the old, 20-something is old, not young.
Now you're saying that they are old. But the part of it that I'm coming from is even the older generation.
Okay.
Because there is a group that is born from the 60s, early 70s into the mid 70s, who are now getting into their 48, 50, 55, 59. Very active, very willing to work and working and have global stages. This, every time there is an initiative coming, science, you're doing wonderful things. I am here. I've worked for many years in operations management. Now I do massage. It's taken me quite a while. I've been doing massage for many years, but it's taken me quite a while to actually take massage commercial. And now taking massage commercial, I want to change the narrative of what people think about massage. It's not just doing massage on people. I want to change the narrative because one of my specialties in massage is sports, which is different from normal massage. I want to change that narrative. But if I come into this, I'm coming here today to learn, to get on new ideas of how I can do that. But there are some people in my own age group who have businesses, later 50s than my own 50. They will not want to come to a place like this. Do they need to take their businesses global? Yes, they want to, but they will not come to a place like this. So my own is that she's here now with human resource experience. I've done human resource for a number of years. Do we need to go take it global? Yes, we do. But what the technology, how we can get that group of people to understand that yes, you need to get your company should be technical, and then what you do should be the back door. How do we get them to understand that kind of mindset? In this type of wonderful information that we are getting, how does that group, those group of people, I hope what I'm saying is right, how do we get that information to them as well, and not just to young people all the time? Or is this something that you think cannot be done?
What information? I don't understand the question.
How do they get the understanding of the need?
Who are they?
Sorry, the 50s, the ones who are in the 50 to 60
No. I'm not to help her get the question. How do they do what?
The 50 to 60 to 65.
Yeah.
Okay, let me say 45
Okay.
to 65.
Doesn't matter. What do you want from them?
How does that information get to them?
What information?
As much as the information that they need to be technologically savvy. And science needs to be part of what they are doing in their business. Not that they need to, not because they can employ young people, but that they too should also understand what is going on, because they can pass that information to their children.
I think for me, it's one of the things where I say, and I said yesterday, and I'll answer from my own perspective. I'm sure we have a different opinion. Evolve or die. Every empire or every business has not evolved, has died. Evolve or die. If they don't evolve, they will die. So we did, Pamela and I did a research recently, and we said technology has moved in the last 40 years through four stages. First, it was an efficiency tool to get more efficient. So when people deploy technology, or to drive efficiency, either in production or something. That's the first. So technology was brought in to drive efficiency. Hence, you had the big mainframe, you had the industrial. That's what technology is. Right? Then, it became an effectiveness tool. No, that's not the effectiveness. Doing things better. First was doing things in a more efficient way, getting more effective. Hence, you had all your TQMs, total quality management, all those things, like your banks, payroll banks, That was, so effectiveness is efficiency with quality driving it, etc. Then move from that into business support. And that became a business support. So it was like business now depending on it to survive. Then it quickly moved, before we knew it, into an enabler. That became a business enabler. So now, you know everything about business, was enabling business, was driving business. To wait right now, technology is not the business driver. Okay, fintech, the badly abused word called fintech, is now a business of its own. So it's no more an enabler. So it's gone from back office to front office all the way in 40 years. So, and the companies that have died along the way are those that did not just follow with it. So, first is, I think, because you had a few questions to your question, my own view is that an entrepreneur who does not understand the way of technology is going to die. Simple. Because the world is getting borderless. It is the first time in the history of mankind where the consumers determine what they want. Or a consumer-led innovation era. Before, people used to tell consumers what they need. Now consumers know what they want. Because information is available. We're in the information age. So technology is no more back office, is no more support, is no more enabler. It is now the business. But the second thing you said, which I would like to help you with very, very quickly, is, again, and you almost, I won't say you are, maybe you are not. It's like you're using the wrong word for your business. You're almost sorry, massage is not the business. See, sometimes how you position your business determines how you are priced. I'll give you an example. There are two shiny objects. One is copper, one is gold. If you take a gold to a copper market, they will price that copper. Because all you know to price is copper. The idea of branding, effective branding, don't take copper to a gold market and get gold premium. Right? Massage has gone from just pressing my muscle into now a form of well-being. Well-being is a global business. Do not see yourself as a massage person. You may start as a massage person. When you are going to do massage, again, it's about visioning for yourself, what you do, and well-being has technology inputs. Well-being, there are osteopaths who have learned massage, acupuncture, cupping, and muscle, everything, and they charge $1,000 for just consultation per 15 minutes. And they have big business around the world, they fly around the world. The point I'm going to make to you is, you are your own worth. You. And when you believe it, once you believe it, I have this great analogy I use all the time. A lion is a lion anywhere in the world. If you give birth to a lion in Tokyo as a cub, and it grows old, take it from Tokyo, take it to Nigeria, he has one job, hunt and kill. A lion does not see himself as a big pussycat. At all. I'm a lion. My job is hunt and kill. If you believe you're the best well-being person in Nigeria, whether you drop in Nigeria or drop in the US, you'll be the best well-being. So stop selling yourself short. Stop it. Start owning your space. All your experience has led you to if this your passion is here, if this is your passion, this is your stage, that's your dream. Start believing it. As I'm saying to you. Your massage, you know what you do.
So to quickly add to what that lady was saying, the question is, how do you get the people in, say, the 40s to the 60s, how do we get them involved in all of this? What's your name again?
Your generation, your age.
What's your name?
Annie.
Annie. What brought you here today?
What brought me here today?
Yes.
I want to, the borderlessness, the topic.
Yeah, but what made you come here today? What was the process? Walk me through the process of you getting to this point here today.
The process.
Yes.
Okay.
How did you hear about this event? What did you hope to get away from this event?
I've been following DK for some time, and DK and I would also talk one-on-one for some time. And when he said he was going to have this program, he said, okay, I would like to come and listen to it. Let me see the new information I will get to improve on what we do.
Okay. So you had a desire to improve on what you do, right? One of the things that, so I have, Toy is one of our investors. We have other investors across the world as well. It is not true that every company, everyone that runs a company of your size and wants to grow, it's not true that all of them are investable. It's not true that all of them want to do what you are hungry for this information. You went out of your way to get this information. So in a pool of 100 companies like yours, or in a pool of 100 companies that have similar size or similar, you would have what, maybe 30 or 20% of the companies that want to be bigger. So there is a theme of self-identification, that the companies themselves, they will self-identify. They will go out and search for those tools. The question is, how do we get those tools across to them, right? I don't have a clear answer to that, but I don't think that it's the case that every company out there definitely wants to grow big and become a global business and so on and so forth. So the ones that do, they tend to find the information. And then it's a question of how do we make that information, like the point you were mentioning earlier, how do we make it more systematic? That it's not just the providence of that she knows you and then she was able, how do we make, I guess that's where Toye comes in, right? As an investor to, make themselves more known to the ecosystem in Nigeria so that companies that want to get access to this information to grow, not just to survive, but to thrive and become global brands, they have to find themselves. The question is, how do we make it more systematic and put this information out there so that everybody's aware of what is possible? Because a lot of people, I guess, they don't know. But they tend to self-identify and struggle.
Yeah, another way I look at it is, you don't need a bunch of keys to open a door. You just need one key, the right one. I'm convinced that foolishness is a necessary deposit for wisdom to continue to have value. The idea of carrying everybody along is not what I really think about, because I don't think it's possible. You can, and I'm not here to, I can't save Nigeria. I'm not here to save the world.
It didn't cause their problem.
I just want to solve the problem that I understand and that are important for the truth of my conscience, right? If I do that, I'll be very happy. So, in economics, basic economics, we have, which I'm sure everyone knows here, we have the fact of unlimited ones. Then we have the fact of limited resources chasing unlimited ones. Once you accept that, what you need is a scale of preference. You have your scale of preference, you prioritize, and you make choices. For every choice you make, there's opportunity for them.
Yes.
It's opportunity cost. So, you are the savior of the people. You are here. I'm not going to worry about how many are not here. I'm worried about you that is there. If you are here and you happen, that's the greatest chance of them coming on board.
Yep.
To think that we need to organize some form of education that's going to go and save all of that, we may lose the focus that we have on you. We have you. I can bet that by some, we didn't meet you, I believe, for 50 years. We've been for 50 years. We didn't meet maybe until the last 1 year. We probably can live our life for 80 years and never meet, right? So whatever providence or orchestration that brought us together, we should maximize it, as opposed to not be satisfied with that and I want to go and look for every other person, right? So this information is being shared to thousands of people right now. Thousands. We are just how many in this room, but thousands of people are on Facebook. On my own account alone, I have 20-something thousand on Facebook. Then we are on Twitter, on 30-something. On my Twitter, I have another 30-something. On my LinkedIn, I have another 30-something thousand. So if I look at from my own account alone, how many people I can put over 100,000 people right there. So we really cannot, and I believe in the Hunger Games Society. I'm so sorry to say that. I believe in the Hunger Games Society. Not because I'm enthusiastic about that, but I believe that is the reality of the human condition. I think that as we grow, we are going to have more and more of the colonies, and we are going to have, the metropolis, right? I believe in that very strongly. I think that is how what we're going to play ourselves into as a race, human race. But I also want to say, and I say this prophetically, and as a futurist. For Nigeria, there is a departing generation, which is it's 60 and above. It's 60 and above is the departing generation. There is the interregnum generation between us and them. That is age 30 to 59. Those guys are not going to change Nigeria, but they are going to leave all of what is needed, a lot of the structures, a lot of the type of thinking that is needed for the takeover generation, which I believe is from age 29 and below, will do just like David was not permitted to build the temple. Not because of lack of experience or lack of resources. He had all of that, but his hands were so sore in God. And so God said, we prepare everything for your son to build the temple. And I believe that our generation is not the one that is going to do the job, but we are going to bequeath to the next generation something of such intrinsic value that those coming after can plug in and do the things that they will have to do for their own time. The imperfection of our own generation is the guarantee of engagement for those coming after. We should not be sorry that we are not perfect. We should just focus on the things we can do so that the next, because if perfection is possible in our own generation, tomorrow will be unnecessary. If they will be alive, they must have something to do. It is the problems we don't solve that they will go and continue. So that's the way it goes. So I think we should focus on our own passion and manage the truth of our conscience, and we can create a lot from there. Yeah.
Okay, so what we are going to do now is take all three questions at once. I do ask, please keep it short. No need to give background to it. Just keep it very short, please. Thanks. If background is needed, I'm sure they would ask. Thanks.
Thank you so much. How can you raise a child that is bigger than the community and bigger than the parents? Like my 12-year-old daughter, she's doing robotics now, thanks to Union Bank and Awari Challenge that picked out of thousands of children. We started it, but it's as if they are moving faster. 3 children, they are all authors to the 6th one. And now on your part, Mujoni, robotics, artificial intelligence. For me, primarily, I seek knowledge because of my children and children's children. But they are moving too fast. They've done so many games. I don't know, maybe you understand what I'm saying. I think you will. What should I do? What is the next phase?
Okay. All right. So it sounds like you're scared of the speed at which they're moving, and you want to slow them down a little bit.
I'm not slowing them down.
All right. I'm just kidding.
My question is, you've talked about it, and I just wanted to take it further. I'm into military engineering department, and I realized that there is more of the academics than the competency. Okay, so last year we were able to deliver a very billionaire project for the multinational company in Nigeria, and it took us time for us to let them see the reasons. They were like some of our staffs, they were expecting academics, and over the years, getting to that point where they were able to give us the job, we were working with competency. So most of our staffs are competent than the academics. So submitting their details to them gave us a lot of issues, risking to lose the job and on executing the job. To the glory of God, we were able to spend 2 years to deliver the job for them, but there's still that lack of competency over academics in Nigeria. How do we drive side of competency more than, of course, academics is necessary to get to acquire a lot of competency and everything. How do we drive the side of competency than academics in Nigeria?
Okay, that's a good question. I do have a feeling that that's partly been answered earlier on by Dr. Toye, but we'll wait for him. What was the third? Yes.
Okay.
4.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate access into this room, and thank you for the inspiration. My brief question is in 2 parts. Basically, I would like a brief recap on how to develop the GPS personally to ensure that I'm able to hone in on where opportunities are in the borderless world. And then secondly, I would like to, because methods are many and principles are few, just as you explained about cultures in different parts of the world, Japan, Nigeria, but then the principles of success, or the principles of borderless excellence are one and the same. It's the same person that's able to be excellent in or excel in the borderless world in Nigeria that can also excel in South America or Asia. So I would like to also have more insight on what those things are in order to focus on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, so I think you need a session for that. We can't. I'm going to start. You need a session for that. Let me start from your kids. I mean, I'm not sure you're responsible for where they are right now. So there isn't much you can do anymore than just to pray for them and wish them luck and support them.
Stay out of their way.
Out of their way, simple. Get out of their way, that's it, right? And when they ask you for anything that they need, try and provide it, stay out of their way. That's all I can advise you, right? So, yeah, but I keep saying the beautiful ones have been born. So yeah, stay out of their way. Support them. Even at talking about what they are doing, you don't know that they just sound interested. No, yeah, okay, hold on. Just let them do their thing. Life has a way of involving you on your own path. They'll figure their path out. Okay? That's my advice. Yes, you can help them go online. So at that age, there are a lot of boot camps that they can go to. So find them. Boot camps where people for themselves, they also aggregate. So they can find peers and they can go together and go together. That's my advice. The person that wants to know how we can turn academics and competency, and you said academics was necessary, I don't think so. Academics is separate from academics is nice, and education are not related. And most of the people, they don't go to school. I think, well, going to school is nice. I have a PhD, so obviously I must have gone to school. I think I've learned more out of school than in school. The thing about competency, though, is skill-based, it's experiential. And I keep saying it again and again and again. You're asking a question that you're in control of. Train the people that you don't, train the people around you. Give them competency, give them chance. And let them train someone. Each one train one. And what you're saying can happen. Each one train one. Get a chance. Now you're doing children jobs. Now you have opportunities. What have you done back to the people behind you? Have you passed the ladder back? You went to the University of Lagos or any university you went to. Have you gone and said, give me 10 interns, let me learn from you, and show them how to do it? Like I said, a lot of us have studied in university. A lot of them were reading, could not even see it. I did computer science, I did engineering in school, and I did computer science 102. Did I ever see the computer? I wrote Fortran language, did I even know what Fortran was? By the time I started working, after I left school, they put me in the computer. So I started looking at it, okay, what are we going to do to each other now? And I sat there for 2 hours, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know that's the on button. I can't turn out okay eventually. So I think that competence thing, you need to invest in your environment. And those that are willing will learn it. Those that are not willing, can't help them. I think so much, like I said, it didn't create their problem, so it's not for you to solve. But those that are hungry will feed. A hungry man will eat. GPS for where to invest in. Interesting question. I'm going to ask you a question to answer that question. To invest in what perspective? Investing as an investor? Investing as to own? What do you mean investing?
Okay, by investing, I essentially see myself as value. And so even investing my time to study something,
I don't understand. You are confusing me. Okay. What are you looking? What are you trying to solve for? What do you want to know?
Okay, to solve problems, essentially.
What are you solving for? What do you want to know?
Okay, to deliver projects, to deploy projects in this environment and globally.
I don't understand the question.
I think what you are trying to say is, you are using the wrong word, so to say, invest. What you are saying is you are looking for, you want to start something. You want to do business. Yes, you want to look for the areas to play in.
Absolutely.
What should you focus on?
What should you focus on?
You want to be an entrepreneur.
That's it.
Is that what you're saying? You want to be an entrepreneur. What is it? I'm an investor. See, this question is...
So investors like things that are very straightforward.
Yeah.
I'm not very smart. Can you tell them again this thing I started, please? I'm not very smart. So when you're saying, so you want to own your own business. Is that the question? So you want to know what business you should own?
So he wants to know where you should. A growth mindset.
Yes.
A growth mindset. You need to have a growth mindset. What does it mean, a growth mindset?
Yes. I need the guy. The guy must get there. Oh, I'm going somewhere. This always need to learn this thing. So you want to own your own business?
Yes, I want to own my own business.
Why?
But principally, I'm not just owning as about owning the problem.
Wait first. Wait.
Yes.
Abi, you want to own your own business first? Yes or no? Good. You want to own a business that solves a problem, right?
Yes.
So you want to know what problem you should be solving so you can own the business. Is that it?
No, I want to know how people are able to, what are the best models
Find out the most important about it. Gets you upset, irritates you, and nobody's solving. What can they say? That's what you go for. It's like this one, like you can see this one. So the one you should go for, is one that, because that's how vision is, like saying, you see it, you put up on that, or worry.
For his sweat in his eyes, and he had believed what he was saying. He saw raw passion in Fatma's eyes. It was his own dream. He saw that work. And I was like, you know what, if this guy can just pull this thing through. So he invested. The first money Jack Ma got was not on the presentation of financial model. It was the presentation of a dream he had. And an investor who believed in his ability to do it. He didn't believe that he just did that. This guy is crazy enough. It most likely may not work. Just if he does. I always believe for every entrepreneur that is a perfect investor. So my prayer for you is that may you find your own perfect investor. But that guy will only see your passion. So find what your passion is about. Find it from your core. And stick with it. You've done the work of 15, 16 years. It doesn't come easy. When they see you after you have made money out of it, they see that you're lucky. Overnight success. They say you wish you had that kind of luck too. Yeah. Stick with it. Don't chase money. Money will follow you. Seek value, seek passion, seek love, and see money come. The universe will understand that you want to solve a problem. I want to teach you people. The entrepreneur really are problem solvers. And the universe wants you to solve all his own secrets. Nobody's knowledge. And only rewards those that try and stay and hungry enough. So there's no GPS. You are the GPS with your heart, with your headache. And if that's giving you the biggest headache that you got, focus on it. When people laugh at you, and more people laugh at you, the more you're on the right path. When people laugh at you, start dancing. When people tell you on the right path, run away. Because then everybody can see what you're doing. And that means that there's nothing there. Okay? That's what I advise you.
there is a passion we myself and PK have spoken about in the past about the shoe run. I think it's much bigger than what I introduced yesterday, and because of time, it'll be great to have one. And I've extended my flight back till weekend, so I'm happy to. No, not necessarily. Thank you. 2 o'clock. Yes, sir. I will be there. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so that is not away. Are we still spinning away? Oh, sorry. I thought it was. I think I'll just spend a few minutes with you guys talk about like the things. Not the things I mentioned yesterday. A few of you were there yesterday. I think 4 places in the yesterday. For 5 places. So I think these last 2 days for me, I've been trying to tell you guys where the world is going soon. So I'm a teacher naturally. I wish I had a board. I could have just went to the board and just done a few things for you guys. So let's add. Why not? You can bring a board. Okay. 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 I like it. I didn't bring the board. So what they're doing is what I want to get a good idea of everybody's history and background. I think it will always one value I can give all of you is if you think about business modeling and investment model and raising money. That would be of value to you, right? Or what to talk to an investor about when you see better. Is that something that you guys are interested in? Right? So let me start by trying to understand what everybody's business is. So what's your, you're an idealist. You're the idealist, right? Okay. So an idealist, you still work somebody? Okay. You're a brand guy. You're a branding guy. You teach coding right now. Okay. What do you do, sir? You can move it. Move it to the different.
proprietary, but I think the way I usually use it for when I'm trying to invest in businesses or when I'm incubating them and when I'm trying to let them see. Because I think we spent the last 2 days listening to a lot about the future, but let's also survive 2 days first, right? It would be a good thing if you live 2 days here and say, okay, I hear about the future. What can I do today to prepare for my future? I think that would be a good thing for you guys. I'll give you a pyramid. I gave you one pyramid yesterday. And I got my student session. People then go to my LinkedIn and start asking me, Doc, you said something, I didn't catch it. Can you write it out for me? So I'm going to write it on the board and hopefully you guys will keep it.
Yesterday I gave you the root, and I'll try and repeat it when I'm done now. Or maybe just summarize that again. Because people have asked about that a lot. So it's a funnel. What's the idea? What's the opportunity? What idea do you have? What are you trying to do? What's that passion that you have? Right? Not every idea is a market opportunity. I'll tell you how to know which one in my second one. That I want to teach you. Let me do a recap of this. It's from that idea, and yesterday I used the example of Christianity, how Christianity became propagated around the world. It's an idea. Somebody had the idea of saying, you know what, let me preserve the life of Christ and make it into a way of life. That's Christianity. Basically, what Christianity is, right? What? What is it? Yes. No. So that's the market opportunity, an idea. It's from that idea they then create a vision. In the case of Christianity, making everybody in the world a Christian, right? So the idea is Christ represents something, offer people heaven after you die, live night. So how do I turn that idea into something? What is the vision that idea will sit on? What if I achieve that vision will make that idea happen? The vision is the environment in which your future sits in. That world, that dream, see that dream you have, that dream. Your vision is the reality of that dream. When you have your vision, let's say, okay, I know the vision, I'm clear what I want to be. What are the goals? How would I know that I've gotten there? How would I know what I've gotten to the place I'm going to? So in case of Christianity, if everybody is a Lord is a Christian, then most likely you'll have achieved the vision of Christianity becoming a dominant religion, the Lord die and go to heaven. As an example, right? When you have your goals, you have vision. So if I want to make everybody in the world a Christian, for example, I need missionaries, people that then can work with partners, ecosystems that then take my word and take it out. This is my partner, this is my team, this is my HR, this is whatever it is, my stakeholders. What are they? Who are they? How do I? So missioning is using your goals to achieve your vision. How do I implement my goal? What will I? So the mission is there to do what? Is to go out and spread the word. Is to go out and do what? Convert people. Or what is that mission? Because it's the mission that when you are towards your goals that gets to your vision. Your vision is working your goals. Strategy. I'll give you an example. In Christianity, there are missionaries who then so let's take the Catholic Christianity for a change. That was the vision. Catholic everywhere, everybody being a Christian. The goal was to have a Catholic church, people around everywhere around the world, people will pray, masses. How do I do that? Okay, that's my mission. What strategy did I do that? How do I have missionaries go and lead people in their countries, export them, go to the kings, partner with the stakeholder system, enter each country, take missionaries there, let them imbibe the culture, let them become one, then now take mirrors there, take their books, take them the Bible, turn them into, give them what you have. Clone yourself, clone you. So every mission is trying to make everybody a clone of themselves, right? Disciples the world, right? After strategy, you then have tactics. So what tactics did the missionaries use when they came to Africa? They brought education. As an example. Tactics are the things you do every day. That's what you do regularly. That moves towards your strategy. That helps you achieve your mission. That are tracking your goals to get to your vision. Then, after these are now, what steps do I take? And the last one is my action items. You see, any idea you have, you can't distill this. This is the end. This vision, the world you see. This is how you know you get there. This is what is driving you, your philosophy. This is how you achieve your... Every time. And these are the steps you take in doing this thing. So when you put your idea in this structure, every business plan must have this thinking. There's this thinking. Now, it looks very simple, but it's one of the toughest things to do. Distilling your idea in this structure. I'm starting it because after my next chart, I'm going to stop talking. I'm not all drawing and talk. The most important thing, though, when you do this, when you understand this, you can do all this in your head. If you think about your business this way, you are clear. This is my idea. This is a dream. So this is a dream. They're not the same. This is a dream. The difference between this and this is an action plan. A dream without an action plan is a dream. Doesn't know an action plan happens. Okay. From an action plan, I don't know that how do I know that my goals are tangible? I can measure them. I want to be the best engineering firm in Nigeria. That's a goal. Why? So that then then maybe, so for example, maybe your dream in your case is that you believe that mechanical engineering can solve Nigeria's industrial revolution problem. You woke up one day, saw a dream where Nigeria became mechanized. Wakanda is your dream. Wakanda is your dream. Wakanda is your dream. Okay, that means that Nigeria can be Wakanda. That's your vision. Wakanda is a dream. Oh, okay, Nigeria can be a Wakanda. Oh, that's the vision. Everybody can relate to that. What's your vision? I want to make Nigeria Wakanda. Okay, that's clear. There must be clarity in vision. Clear. If a 5-year-old must be able to understand it. A 5-year-old, okay, I understand your vision. Okay. So for you to, how do you know you are a Wakanda? Because there'll be 24-hour light, there'll be this telephony, there'll be this education. Okay, we're going to have this. That's your goals. That's what describes Wakanda. Okay, so why is Wakanda important? Is your mission. Because then, if you had everything, if everything works, we'll have our dignity. So to bring dignity to every black man in Nigeria is my mission. Do you understand? Okay. So all these are cousins. Right? Do you see I brought it down to you? There's clarity in it. And you all know Wakanda, you've all seen the movie. So now, if that's my mission, by giving every black man their dignity, Everybody working, each one help one, working together, scaling, tooling, knowing, empowering, supporting, partnering. By doing that, I achieve my goals. And my goals give my vision. So, if that's my mission then, to bring that dignity, to bring that ownership, to bring that universe, what strategy? Okay, let's build power plants. Let's focus on education. Let's elect women to government. The things that you do, big items that you do, that will move the narrative. For us to be Wakanda, we must have power. We must have policies that enable us to have power. We must have proper governance. We must do a lot of things. That's strategy. Big picture items that will change, that will make you achieve your vision. So we want to have power. Power 24 hours is a thing. How? What do I need to every day to build power? So let's build small power plants every day. So let me now say, this man has gas. This man has engine. I will every day get Kunle and you to talk together so that you can work together and build the power plants. So the more I connect Kunle to you every day, those are tactics. When Kunle is low on gas, I say, how would Kunle know is low on gas? You. The tactics I teach you do every day. Tactical. Yeah, put it like that. When you don't know the tactics, so that means that Kunle and Anne must talk every day. And must know when they are low. Because Kunle will have a KPI that say that I am low on this. Once I'm low on this, I need to reorder gas from her. So you know, my gas is finished, I need to go and get more gas. That's tactical. So once Kunle then knows that, once I have a KPI that tells me what I'm doing wrong, I then leverage it to know what I need to do next, because my strategy is important. What steps do I take? So I'm low on gas. It's a KPI. I must not be low on gas. I must not be low on this. I must not be low on that. What am I measuring? They say what you measure is what you identify that you measure. It's what you measure that you manage. Right? What steps do I take to go and meet that thing that I now know? This is how you look at an idea in your head. Okay? Now look at this. At an inverse pyramid. A lot of people fail to raise money or fail to survive because they miss it. They don't start from here. They start from the business. I ask all of you one question. What do you do? And you all just told about your businesses. Error. Wrong. There is no business without commerce. Everything in life, you're either buying or selling something. Everything in life is a commerce. What do you buy? What are you selling? Who is your customer? Why are you important? Why are you selling it? Why would they buy it from you? Why is it important? What's the utility? I said, what do you do? I look at where you are. This is how business will grow. You go straight into building a house without a foundation. Everybody, please, if you are an entrepreneur, go back to drawing board. Otherwise, you will last. What's my commerce? Without a foundation, you cannot pivot when life happens. You see some people in COVID made money, some people lost money. Those that made money in COVID, I know that know their commerce. They could just pivot and change. They didn't know their business. COVID has killed my business because there's no commerce. Or they didn't know their commerce. They didn't know their customer. They didn't know their utility. They didn't know what they were selling. They didn't know the price point that could sell it. They didn't know what the relevant or what the alternative is. You must always ask yourself, what is my commerce? What am I selling? Who is my customer? Why is he buying it from me? Why will he buy from somebody else? Where is he? How much do they pay? What will affect him not buying from me? What is your commerce? Everybody. People don't focus on this. People talk about this a lot. And I wonder, how can you tell about when you don't know your commerce? You know why? Because this is the foundation where business, so if business is now telling, how do I unlock my commerce? So, what kind of people do I need that help me get to the customer I want? How do I put technology to unlock my commerce? How do I what is my route to market? What's my marketing strategy to unlock my commerce? Do I get my customer by advertising on TV or social media or building what is it? Where's my customer? My customer is in a bush, in a village, and I do social media. Business model will fail. The best business model will fail if your commerce is wrong. The best business model will fail if the commerce is wrong. The business model must build on a commerce. Know the commerce, the foundation of its commerce. The best business model will fail if the commerce is wrong. When you know the commerce, and before you leave your commerce, do what I call piloting. Test it. Don't just sit in your head and say that they will buy it. Or don't say, I saw a few of my friends, they all bought. No. How big is my universe of my commerce? Is it a niche product? Or is it a commodity? Will everybody buy it? So if I think my product is commodity but it's niche, I'm dead now. Because I'm selling, I don't know my product. It's in that business model, okay. This is the type of team I need. This kind of marketing I need to achieve. This kind of technology I need to deploy. This is where I need to be. Some people, I was in Dubai last week. I met an engineering company. Impressive. So I'm building a refinery. I'm building two right now. I'm building one in Brass and one in Edo State. So I used the American company that I felt was the best. So on my travels, I met this company in Dubai. They're actually 10 times bigger than the American company. Like Pakistani guys. I'm like, I didn't know about you guys. Over 500 staff. When I went to their facility, it was so impressive. What I saw in America was like a joke. I'm like, this is in Dubai here. I go around the world looking for what was in Dubai here. Oh, obviously Nigeria. Yeah, even in Nigeria. Hear this, so very, very important on business model. I want you to hear this. Engineering firm. They are so busy. So after I was impressed, how come I don't know? How come I don't know about you? I said, because we don't market. I said, what do you mean? Say you have 500 staff. I said, we have just one marketing staff. And that person just, because our Arab speaking clients, when Arab to talk to them, we don't market. We've grown by word of mouth. So what do you mean? As a business model, we built because we know we want to be the best engineering firm in the world, see market and compass, we then build engineering capabilities because our customers are those people who want to, who are put out to, they want quality at the right value, and they actually want to be treated with dignity. They don't want to go to America or Europe where they're lower. We just say, no, Dubai is a middle point. When America first, we moved to Dubai. We focused on African, Middle East and Asian people. They know their customer. So I know who my customer is. I know what they want. When they come to America, they look down at this Arab, African. But when you come and meet them, I know. So they move near to their customer, who's a growing market, who wants the same engineering, who wants to come to a place where it feels like I'm important. And once they find it, they don't go anywhere. So if I don't need to market, because my customers come back and give me business, what do I need more? They always keep me so busy that 10 times there's competition in America. And they have no debt. So they don't market. So what's their business model? They be the best engineering company in the world. Midstream, you want to be the midstream, be the best. How? How does this work? 1, 2, 3 work. Business model. 1, 2, 3. Business model. So they have no marketing. They have 7 engineering yards around in India, in China, in Dubai, in Romania, in key markets. All engineers. Already in Nigeria, they've been in Nigeria for 5 years. They're so busy that unless we like, that we select our customers. If you don't like you, we won't take you on. We don't need you, are busy. Because we know that we're going to give you so much value. That money is about value. I know if you don't have money, we'll do that at a loss for you.
Because you're not going where you keep coming back to us. We make money over lifetime. Their business model was then built on putting strong now. Unlike other people, they then say, you know what? How do we then deliver value? This is the how. This is what and who. How do we deliver value and make money at the price that people can pay? Okay, if you do engineering, we have to go and, if you do the way we do it in America, we buy this part in Pakistan, buy that part in Romania. They can manufacture that, so they manufacture their own tools themselves. By that alone, they save 40% of cost because they manufacture. They just buy steel. So they build welding, engineering capabilities and designers. So anything they're building, they build themselves. It's not third party. They save cost. That's business model. Now when you then know your customer, you know your price point, you know they will pay for it, you know what to do with it, you then build a business to unlock it. So even if you do recession, they've gone to 100%. That more business they can do. So, but if you like, want to work with it, so we'll bring it on. So, as I thought I was going to interview them, they were interviewing me. Business model is how you unlock your commerce. Capital structure is how you fund your business model. If I know my commerce, what I'm buying and selling, to who, why, when, and I know how I'm selling it, I'm producing it, what do I need? How will I fund it? Become very clear. What do I need? When? How? So that I can make money for myself and my investors. If you live there today, don't forget these two pyramids. If you use the pyramids in your business, you'll always be successful. So anytime I hear an idea, I'm asking a question, in my head, I'm doing this first. In my head, what's this idea? Where's the opportunity? Once I disconnect, I shut it down. I'm not interested. You won't get far. Because how will I know if I invest in you are the right guy for me to invest in? When I catch up here and say, come to him, let's catch up now when we're talking. The things you tell me every day, once I know that the steps you're taking are wrong, you will not get here. So I don't need to read your books, me, you're not making money anymore. Because with this one, the commerce is important. So, I said, you have questions. Why you're high? Does it make sense or what? Huh? Do you have questions before I go on? Ask your questions now.
This is just coming at the right time. Like I told you, there's a pitch that we're preparing for tomorrow. I won't mention but it's so amazing. It's so clear. The major thing is clarity.
Clarity is 90% of success. Clarity.
If you're before an investor and you have maybe 2 minutes.
2 minutes pitch, you're not learn that.
2 minutes pitch.
A lot of you feel like that. You know why you feel like that? You don't even research your investor. 2 minutes pitch is about one thing. Who is the investor? Do you know him? What does he want to hear? A 2 minutes pitch is not about selling. It's about teasing. You can't sell in 2 minutes. You want the guy to be interested in listening to you another time. Okay, I like this guy. Let's talk again. So, 2 or 5 minutes, I don't care. The first time you meet somebody, you're not to tease the person to say, see me again. Nobody will buy from you first time. Nobody does that. When they say, I've done it, they shake, we are going to do the deal. Be careful. They're going to waste your time going forward. They're going to say, I want to know more. Every time somebody says to you, done. Okay, let's do paperwork. Then you now know there is trouble. So, anytime you are doing a pitch, first thing before you go to any pitch, don't walk in blind. Who is that investor? What does he want to hear? What is he looking for? And if you have to go in blindly, go to tease. Say enough of what is possible. So I'll give you an example. In a 2 minute speech, you cannot read your business plan or your bonnet. What am I solving? Why is it important? How big can it be? And if I'm different, if I'm the best guy for it, you won't find somebody like me. like a lady skirt, short enough to cover the important things, short enough to tease and want to see it again. 2 to 5 minutes speech, you're about to let the person know that I know what I'm saying. I have something, I have value proposition. In a pitch of 2 to 5 minutes, it's about value proposition. This is why you want to hear me again. This is why you want to see me again. You want to make an impression on the guy that says that I like this guy, I want to see this guy again. Because then he then has attention for you. Anybody that gives me 2 to 5 minutes doesn't want to buy anything. Am I wrong, people? We're all buyers too now. Are we not buyers of something? Anytime we have just 2 to 5 minutes, you have just to buy the person. Okay, come on, let me just hear you. But if I say, okay, interesting, let's talk again. Or, you know what, I actually have time now, let's talk. You are trying to convince to get a second meeting. If the 15-minute speech is separate, then, but 2 to 5 minutes speech, elevator pitch, is about second meeting, not the first meeting. Your key goal of a short elevator pitch is a second meeting, not a buy. That's your buy decision. You know, people make one mistake about selling. Selling is not an active activity. Double word. Let me explain it again. You know, you are selling. A lot of you think that when you are selling, it is about you. Selling is let the customer make a buy decision. Selling depends on the other person deciding to buy, not what you say. People oftentimes are selling to the person that telling them that other person should want. What do you want to tell the person? No. What does that person want to hear? What's he looking for? Then let him know that this is what at least I can meet your need. Selling is making sure the client, the customer, makes a buy decision. So it's a derivative action. No matter how good your salesman you are, if that person don't make a buy decision, you have not sold. Have you sold? That means the client is king. So if you know your client or you know your investor, what he's looking for, making sure that he makes an investor to then invest in you is what it's called pitching or investing or selling. So that's the question. Anytime I have a chance to do 5 minutes speech, I just want to get a second meeting. I've done this, I just say, you know what? I know you're in a hurry. This is what I do. Can I see you again? I'm not even pitching. The guy's wondering, So I say, because I'm not sure. I mean, I know you have this. It's just I can see you again. So no, I have some time right now. Okay, what do you do? I'll tell you. All of a sudden now, he's wondering, I want to know, why is this guy so like this? I don't even sell it. Want to see me again? Yes. So he starts asking me a question. So what have I done? Game theory. Follow my game now. You're following me now. Yes. I'm getting interested. I know you're busy. You're probably doing this. I would like to come and sit down with you. I'm in this business. I would like to have an appointment with you. Can I see you? That's a call to make. No, I'm too busy. I won't see you. And that's okay too. Yes, is that I'll see you. Or, what do you really do? Why should I listen to you? That's more than 2 minutes already. You're already winning. You have his attention. Okay. The first time you meet a person, it's about making a first impression. Miyoshi Son said he raised the last fund, was it $100 billion? He met the king of Saudi Arabia. This is all online. And I think within 1 hour or within 30 minutes, the king committed the $100 billion to his fund. So they asked him on TV, how did you convince a king of Saudi Arabia to commit $100 billion to your fund? Was it 30 minutes or I can't remember, one very short time. He said to him, the owner of SoftBank, Osh's investor, I told him, I'll make you $1 trillion. And I was like, okay, anything you're selling, I'll buy. Because that's all about, the investor wants to make money too, though. I just had we talked that for a while. They said, I'll make you $1 trillion. Nobody will hear you make $1 trillion will not say, how? Yeah, that's why you're going to listen to me. So pitching is about getting the guy to make a buy decision. What buy do you want? A second meeting, money, investment, partnership, support. You control your narrative when you're pitching. Don't give away the power that is yours. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Any other question? Oh, fine. You have another question?
Yeah.
Okay, quickly. I have 5 more minutes.
You've almost answered it. In a situation where you don't even know the investor, and you have like 5.
Feel the pulse.
You like it.
Are you the first going or the second going? In that kind of case, don't go in first.
We already know it first. The second.
Good. So always find out from people that went in first. What happened? I'm teaching you life skills, right? Yes, but they're going to go in first. They're going to go in first. Fill their pulse very quickly. Fill their pulse very quickly. See, you're in the people business, whatever it is you do. How to fill their pulse very quickly. One of the things I do that I find that works for me is I try and gauge very quickly. So if I have a 50-page slide and I see 10 people, and they say human attention span for any presentation is no more than 15 minutes at best. For the most ones that are concentrating, they give you 15 minutes. Most people will give you 5-7 minutes. So, if it's more than one person, if it's one person, it's easier to gauge what he wants to hear. Just through a few things. Whatever sticks is what you want to keep hammering on. More than 4 or 5, usually you'll be a leader of that group. Find out who the leader is very quickly in your head. So how come people go into a pitch session that are 5 people and they don't even ask who they are? So you are coming to pitch to you. Hi, my name is Akinto Akele. I'm going to pitch to you. But before I start, can I please know who you are and what your background is? It's not slavery now. You will answer me, won't you? If you tell me to get out, then I will get out. That means we are not fit for each other. Actually, I don't mind. You find it funny. It's audacious. But guess what? How come people don't do it?
If you want to invest in a new business, how do you identify first person to employ?
To employ?
Yes.
If I want to invest in a new business, if I want to invest in a new... I know, no. What's your question again? If I want to invest in a new business, how do I identify the first person to employ? If I want to invest in a new business, I want to invest in your business, for example.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to seek personality from you now. Okay, I'm trying to invest in another business. I currently just started a fuel station.
Yeah.
So we want to move into my trip to China had generated a lot of business ideas.
Mm-hmm.
We want to establish in Nigeria. Currently,
oh, you want to expand into a new area? Not a okay.
And currently, I'm keeping that aside because I feel I need to have time for.
I understand. It's separate. You want to, yeah. So how do you know the first person in that business?
To this point, if I keep holding that side of the business,
I understand. Yeah.
Because 2020.
I understand.
So I want to place it on people's hand, place it on people's hand, and how do I know?
So do you want to hire somebody new or somebody from your existing company? I don't agree. I don't agree hiring consultants. So it depends on the business. But the hiring, so first is the vision is in your head, right? The first thing I hire is someone that gets my vision. Whether it's accountant or marketing president, whatever it is. Do you understand what I'm trying to do? My first missionary. It's my first missionary. The rest we'll figure out. Competence, we'll figure it out. It's my first missionary. Who will carry that torch and say, no, this must not, this little light of mine. Yeah. Help. Yes. Because that guy will run farther. I'll come back and say, am I right? He will run farther than anything else. The rest you build around that guy. Why didn't the church they'll build the church around the missionary? Missionaries did not expand because... No, missionaries did. Pope was in the Vatican when the missionaries went around the world and they built churches around them. People use their money from their village to build church for the missionary because he sold, he connected with them. How your first missionary? first missionary? You are the visionary. I your first missionary. Of your goals, of the gospel. Believer. First, he understands it before he carries it. Confidence than unfaithful side. When there is nothing that's nothing for him to believe in, there's nothing there. He just believes in you, believes in you, say, no, I'm going to just go with this person's thing. That's for him to hire. You then spend time with him to impart the vision in him. You work with him, build with him, guide him. Then you can do your business plan. You can hire consultants to help you hire the other people, the managers, those that will speak the English. That you can then say, you know what, reporting, the account, but the mission of that person. I don't have to be the CEO. You can just be a middle guy. That's the person, that's your soul.
It simply means that everything that passes through this needs
Most times work. Most times they always work. Each time I do this very well, I lose money. And I lose money because there's no money to be made, and it's okay. I don't worry about it. Sometimes I've lost money and I just left it. I come back at the 10 years, I come and make money on it again. There are times when ideas have come too early. Doesn't mean it's a bad idea. Right? But I promise you, probably I've done a book on this. We just not published it. We put the 100,000 best businesses through this. Never failed. So this is what we teach in our incubation class. We teach them how to do this. We then record them, we video them, we show them what they're doing wrong for over 4 months. We fly them from their countries into Unilag, we pay them a salary, we mentor them, give them laptops, give them books, teach them everything, then record them. Camera follows them around. So you can now walk to your own and say, okay, this I'm doing wrong. And let it. Speaker, what did you say? It's the next class is March. This class is finishing in December. Then we'll fund them when they fund them. It's for every space.
If you don't always understand the business side, you are more focused on.
I think the problem is the creative people are not interested. Yeah.
Then you see that there are two words that people mix up very well. Can I clean this up? Yes. It's a very, very different place. So, and I laugh when I hear this, what you have just said. Abby, you agree they're very different? Do you agree they're very different? Okay. You don't agree?
I would like to be educated.
A businessman, an entrepreneur. Let me just, I love pyramids, to be sure. That my pyramid I give you just now. What I didn't tell you, I'll tell you again, is commerce is at idea level. Making your idea work very, very well. Help you build a good company. You are nodding your head, eh? A good company that drives a well-oiled strategy, market that is a great team, great execution, everything becomes an institution. Because it outlives the businessman. I live the businessman. The businessman usually just stops here. That's a business, his own. Then I did an institution. The entrepreneur wants to build an institution. Because institution that is not an institution, over time, becomes multinational and goes across borders. My experienced businessmen stop here. Entrepreneurs go all the way here. Because this is where the business really stops now. This is generational. This is geographical spread, generationally. Does that make sense to you? Hence, commerce, company, capital structure, investment. Once you're making money, everybody making money, you can invest in your stock anywhere in the world. I mean, Nigerian can buy into US stock because they're what? They're multinational. Right? Okay. Free classes cost circulation. I don't know.
A lot of Nigerians have this issue of transiting from company to institution.
I don't generalize. I don't know.
I want you to expatiate on that. How do one transit? What are the limitations one can face?
You know, I'm going to my favorite topic, which I teach a lot. Transition from company into institution. It's a topic I can give you 2 days, 1 year on. And I would love to talk about it. I will talk about it. But I think it's one of the challenges we have on the continent is that our biggest companies are not institutions. They are family owned and they are private. That's why our stock market is very small. Because the big companies are not listed. I'm coming. Because the family businesses don't know how to transfer wealth. But most importantly, transfer structure from one generation to the other. They have failed at it across the continent. The culture of performance is not what we have transferring from a founder to second generation. It's not a shame that not up to 1% of our family-owned businesses have effectively transferred their businesses to the next generation who are running with it. You can't count 10 families at your fingertips in Nigeria who have done it. You can't count it. Because I'll tell you the problem first, and there are loads of problems. Again, we started here. First is, and we're all guilty of this until you realize what you're doing. The founder usually, most founders come from that place of pain where they found it, they're poor, they're nothing, so they suffered to build it. They don't have kids who are rich men's kids, who they protected from their own suffering. The suffering that gave you the ability to go and conquer, you then deny your kids the right to go and experience the suffering. That's the problem first in Africa. Once you are comfortable, our kids are going to school abroad, private schools. They don't play with a maid anymore. Then exclusive area. They don't even know how to blade their bed, sweep. Go. All of a sudden, the things that shape your own hunger, you basically take their hunger away from them and give them comfort. Comfort is the biggest danger to success. Right? So we take that away. Why do you think, for example, the Jews, the grandparents raise their kids? It's keep a generation. So grandfather raised it. Because the father was for the grandchild. So most times they transfer their wealth to their grandkids. The Jews transfer their wealth to their grandkids most times. So you know what? You to go and plan for your own grandkids. Plan for your own grandkids. Hence, they transfer generationally. As an example, some Jews. Or why do you go to markets where, do you know that for most generational families who have made money for 4 or 5 generations, they didn't even go to universities. They learned the business from when they were high school, after high school. They go to family business. Am I wrong? They start learning the work from the family. They are good workers. They start from the factory floor. Only Africans, your child will graduate to take it straight to the top. So doesn't even know the foundation what you were built. He didn't start from the mail room. He doesn't know the driver. Doesn't know the secretary. So he has not earned the right to be a leader. Can keep going on why we have done things wrong, a lot of things wrong. But the chance is not lost. As you build your business, if you want your business to outlive you, let your replacement, if you would like, and there's nothing wrong for you to want your family to replace you, let them earn it. You have a child from the age of 5 or 6, let's go to work. Make tea for me, file that file, start the reception. Yep. And as they get older, Let's go to board meetings. Come and learn. Sit down. Pay them for their task. Teach them. Create that hunger that they will never have because you are comfortable. It's impossible for them to be hungry like you because you born them into comfort. But you can create hunger for them by showing them how to win, why winning is important. Hunger gave you hunger gave you the you wanted to win. The willingness to win is what hunger gives you. The willingness to win and fight for it. So give your kids the willingness to fight and win as well. Get them competitive. Take them to want to see poverty everywhere so that they're grateful. Let them have friends in lower places as well as higher places. Do not have that elitist mentality. I have no problem against people. I'm not one teacher to raise your child. I don't know. Yesterday I said that only God raises your child for you. So what do I mean to say how to raise your child? But I think if an entrepreneur building a business and you want your kids to succeed you, they start early and teach them how to win, why is important. And there's no better way of teaching a child why to win by letting them know that entrepreneurship is a call to duty. Making sure that people are paid a go home is your duty in this life. If our duty as entrepreneurs is to make sure that our ecosystem is better, we are here because we are guardians of our ecosystem. So it's not about you. It's not about that we have money. It's about the people we take care of. The entitlement culture of the new rich is amazing. Yeah. I think I have to go now. I have to go now. Thank you.
In the office.
I mean, I hope this was helpful though, so.
Deadline or soft item that you need to achieve, i.e., purchase a book, change your mindset. It could be something soft like that. Something a bit harder is, make that phone call or put together that pitch deck. That would take a bit more time. So you would need probably hour, 2, 3 or so to put that together. So it can be soft, it can be hard, but action that tomorrow. Something that you action before 9 a.m. And the reason why is because we are a bubble of information. I can guarantee you that you've heard 1 or 2 things that Doc said, and you've heard it before. You probably heard it last night. You probably heard it on your way down here, listening to a podcast or something. The challenge is that most people don't action things. That's the challenge. How many people go back to the books, to the notes that they make in events, at events? Very few. Very, very few. And you mount them up and you boast. I took notes. That session was fire. I took notes. but then you don't action it. So that's the reason why I've asked that you circle at least one thing. At least one thing. So if you've written that action, the next thing I want you to do is I want you to look at the person next to you and have about 60 seconds with that person. I want you to verbalize that thing, that action, and tell them what exactly is it that you've written down. What's that action? Go on, you have 60 seconds. Go on. So look for a partner and just tell them exactly what it is you're going to action tomorrow. 60 seconds. You thought you were going to escape it. All right, thank you. On that note, I would say we bring it back. If you haven't finished, continue that discussion. Why did I ask that we do that? Another thing is this: God gives you a mouth to speak for a reason. And when you speak certain things, it actually plays in your mind. It's good enough to write. The problem, again, with writing is it's in the book. The challenge is most people forget that you have to speak those things. The moment you speak it, you verbally commit to it. And the reason why you've chosen a partner and not spoken to yourself in the mirror, I've not told you to go and do that, is because somehow, some way, you are going to feel accountable to that person, even if you never meet again. Because that person is going to remember what you just said. And next time they see you, the potential is that they will ask you, what about that code that you said you were going to make? So that's the reason why I asked you to do that. If you continue in that stead, every event that you go to, follow that same path, and you see a difference. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sean David Onomasi. It's been a pleasure hosting you. I'm going to invite Pastor Kunle Shorenyo, PK, to round off the session. Please, a round of applause for PK.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that we're done with this, and I'm even happier that we get to have all of the conversations that we think are very critical. I do hope and do pray that you are able to go on from here to define what I like to call solution blueprints. You've heard a lot from Doc, you've heard a lot from Hosh, and yesterday we heard a lot as well. Like I said to Annie when I was answering that question, you don't need a bunch of keys to open a door. You just need the right keys. In the same way, you don't have to recall everything that has been taught here. And not everything that was said, everything said is great, but not everything said is yours. And not everything said, not everything yours is now. You have to make those distinctions, otherwise you suffer overload. That is your duty. That's something you have to take seriously. When I was talking about English language and all of that, and we got to the conversation about government, I don't believe in government role as well. Every time I talk about, what has to be done corporately, I do not mean that it's the government that will do it. Even in that same conversation, I did explain that we should push beyond those traditional, horizontal way of thinking individuals should take responsibility, build apps, there's a lot that we can do. I've not seen one thing that we think government can do that cannot be organized from the private sector. I don't see it. And what I believe is that because people ask me, why don't you talk to government? If I've done anything with the government in my life, in my entire career, if you see me do anything with the government, it is that they came for me. Not that I went to say, let me do this for you. Apart from the bureaucracy and the inaction, that defines that environment, it's not just the way I think that, the best of intention of a government in the democratic system is probably 4 years. And then another government comes and believes differently, the entire project can be terminated, particularly in this part of the world. I believe more in the longevity of commitment of the private sector. The ideas that we have been talking about, generational, transgenerational, are ideas that I can leave, I can bequeath to the next generation, and all of that. And what I know in nation building, what I've seen, is that if the private sector does it well, it becomes the attraction of the government to earn political equity from that. So when the private sector is performing, the government of the day wants to be part of it. They want to say we did it in our own government, our government. So they will come around it, But it's the same way ideas spread. I don't believe ideas should spread by campaigning. I don't think I should go to people who ask me, when are you going to do this in Ogun State? When are you going to do that? I say, I don't think like that. I don't think about going through. Who came to you to say you need GSM? Nobody came to you. They just convinced a critical market that GSM is key, and they believed in it. You saw it used, deployed around you. You saw the ease, the speed, the affordability it brought to them, the access. You felt you should have a GSM phone yourself. So if we, and you must understand that corruption does not have a classroom. There's nobody that sat in class to learn how to be stupid. Nobody. Corruption does not teach. It doesn't lecture. It just models. And when you think about intervention at times, it's not every time you have to understand success, to create a path to it. If you flip what failure is as well, it creates the same path. Success, the path to success is essentially the same as the path to failure, flipped. It is what you don't do that makes you, what you do to succeed that you don't do that will make you fail. It is what you must not do to fail that will make you succeed, right? So that is how we have to think. So for me, every time, even when I say stuff like it should be legislated, which of course Dr. misinterpreted to think that I was meaning that I didn't mean government at all, but it's okay. I don't try to, but the idea is that if we work enough on our own ideas, we need legislation, we need laws. There's a limit to how ideas can be concretized without laws. We need things documented in the Constitution. We need things documented. But the way to that is not to, that is why all of there's so many, I don't believe in the popular idea about restructuring. I believe in restructuring, but not in the way we talk about it. Because, and people say, when people say restructuring, they try to talk about 1960. And I say to them, if that was adequate, then all this crisis would be unnecessary. If yesterday was adequate, today will be unnecessary. So if that, you don't put new wine into old wine skin. The idea that we should do some reverse engineering and then go back to 1960 to take what was there and bring it back here as infrastructure. No, the 1960 infrastructure was there when the military came to take over. What created that? Why was it not adequate? Why did people celebrate the military takeover? What was wrong in that structure in itself? Because that structure in itself, for me, is not true federalism. True federalism, in my opinion, is the death of indigenization. It's the death of indigenization. The reason why a president, two brothers from the same family, can be president in two different states in America. Bush was governor in Florida. Sorry, he was governor in Florida. Another Bush was governor in Texas. From one family. It can't happen here. You can't have two brothers from the same mom and dad becoming governors in two different states. The reason why it could happen there is because there is no indigenization there. There's no indigenization. There's nothing like I came from, their passport does not have state of origin. Like somebody was saying. When you know, I was saying that. They don't have state of origin. You know, it's either you are an American or you are not an American. If you naturalize tomorrow, but whatever it is, you get an American passport, you are an American. It doesn't matter that you are now an American. Period. You see? But here, before you are a Nigerian, you are Yoruba. Before you are Yoruba, you are from Ogun State. Before you are from Ogun State, you are Egba or Ijebu. Before you are Remo, you are from Ikene. This is my condition. No? Then before I am from Ikene, I'm from Tomorrow. Then when it comes to it, I am assuring you, above all, first. Do you understand what I'm saying? And do you know there are levels of distrust and suspicion that exist along all those layers? Somebody said Nigeria needs a revolution. I said they are blind. They don't understand Nigeria. What type of revolution? If it's a violent revolution, it's worse. Because once it succeeds, I give it only 1 week. Just like every coup you have experienced. The first 1 week, hey, we have Nigeria. By the next week, you say, wait, how many people died, Seth? 200 people died. How many are Igbo? How many are Yoruba? How many are, it's a Yoruba coup. It's an Igbo revolution. It's a Northern revolution. You see? Even if it is a Nigerian coup, we don't need that, so don't get me wrong. But even if it is Nigerian, it will be killed with suspicion. Because fundamentally there's no distrust. Because indigenization has eaten citizenship for breakfast. Indigenization is consistent consumption of the whole idea of citizenship. And once you take citizenship out of the line, how do you define patriotism? In my life, I have seen many Yorubas who claim they are Nigerians. I have seen many Igbos who claim they are Nigerians. I have seen many Northerners who claim they are Nigerians. But I doubt if I have seen 10 Nigerians in my lifetime who are willing to make equal the borderlines of bliss and misery, of merit and demerit, without reference to ethnicity or religion. If you're a Nigerian president now, which area do you think is critical for you to invest in education? The West? The East? Where? The North. Now you're going to make that call. How are you going to make that call? You know, if you're a Yoruba man. You know. So, this is and don't forget that people you are trying to save, they don't want what you want. So you can easily comfort yourself to say, they don't even think it is important. But you know that Nigeria needs it, whether they want it or not. Nigeria needs it. How do you make that investment? Symposium discussions. But the idea is that we all have to come to that place where we begin to take responsibility from the truth of our conscience. It's very important. And that is the critical takeaway for me. And don't forget, borderlessness is no longer a choice. It's not a choice. It is a duty. In this world, it is a duty. Going for the rest of what the human race will experience, borderlessness will define it. And the strength of borderlessness is technology. You know, borderlessness is about the movement of ideas, of goods and services, right? But the globalization has tried that, but it was unfair. I said that yesterday. What is fair is borderlessness because it's technology driven. It doesn't mean you will not move eventually, but your physical movement is not as important as how your ideas and your goods and services can move right, without you necessarily moving. And technology delivers that. But you also know that even when you know how to do that, there are other things you have to do. You still have to build a brand. You know, somebody was asking about why Nigerian business, there's also the place of comfort. Why Nigerian businesses are not able to build generational businesses. From the very beginning, the Nigerian entrepreneur or businessman, the average Nigerian entrepreneur or businessman, is not trying to get here. First of all, I need to also remind you that this is not a continuum. This is not something that, maybe this is the very first one. Maybe this is the very first, second one. But you don't have to have this first when you have this. They can happen at the same time. You understand what I'm saying? This and this can be happening at the same time. In fact, this can come here. But the bottom line is that when you are done, you should have this for. You understand? This is what Google is. This is what PZ is. This is what Microsoft is. This is what they are. You know. So it's very, very important. But when your vision and your dream is to be comfortable, that's your, I want to be comfortable, travel abroad for summer, live in my own house, send my kids abroad, drive good cars, give to my neighborhood, empower. That's your goal. There's even no figure on it. But when you get there, you will know. You will recycle it for the rest of your life when you get there. Because at 300 million naira, you are there. If you are worth 300 million now, you are comfortable already. You are very, very comfortable. Except that you don't have $1 million yet. You don't have £1 million yet. And somebody is a billionaire in pounds. Some business is $1 trillion business. So you can't pursue more than you see. And at times, you can use all kinds of jargons to represent one word, comfort. You can use all kinds of sentences to represent one word, comfort. When comfort is all you see, once you attain to it, you can't pursue beyond it. You are going to recycle that status for the rest of your life or even suffer decline. Because that is what you see. My company did a research many years ago, I think in 2006. The question we asked was, why are the richest men in the world still working? We did the research in partnership with Business Day newspapers. And for about 6 weeks, we were publishing our findings. And we interviewed so many people. And we found that the reason they were still working was because in spite of all the money they've acquired and they've made, they are yet to achieve the reason why they set out in business in the first place. If somebody, for example, says that he wants to put a computer in every home, that's almost an eternal vision. You know, somebody says, I want to change the way you love, eat. But if your goal is that you want to be a millionaire, that is your dream, which I don't think is a dream at all. But if your goal is you want to be a millionaire, do you know what that means? So there's a lot you have not defined in that place. And once you become a millionaire, it means that, for example, to become a millionaire at 400 million, you are a millionaire. In almost any currency except in pounds. Right? In euro, you are a millionaire already. So it means that you are driven by the test of locality in your area and ignoring the blessing of universality. So we really need to think big. We have to know that we are not asking for borderlessness because we want your family to prosper. You don't need borderless thinking to get your family prospering. We are looking at GDP and per capita income for the country, for Gabon, for Nigeria, for Ghana, for Accra, for Kenya. Then you are looking at per capita GNI figures across the continent. You know, so you are looking at somebody like Dangote with all that he's doing, if there are about how many of that. Do you know that the most prosperous countries in the world also have the highest number of billionaires? That's some indicators. The most prosperous countries in the world have the highest number of billionaires. They have the highest number of small businesses. They spend the highest on research and development. I mean, there are some basic things you can map like that. And when you see the poorest countries as well, they have the lowest number of successful small businesses. They have the lowest number of billionaires. They spend the least on research and development and all of that. So being borderless is to build a company like or bigger than Google. That is the height of what we are talking about here, is to build a company bigger, and that is it. And then even if we don't build the Googles and all of that, we have enough, working ideas that have become companies, that have become business institutions, at least. And we have so many of them, and all they are making in a year is $500,000, $300,000, and we have so many of them. I doubt if Donald Trump has one business that makes him billions. I think his millionaire status is because he has so many companies that make millions, and that makes him a billionaire. So at times it's not by building a billion-dollar company. It might just be that if you have so many small businesses, medium-sized businesses, right, that are doing $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $5 million a year, and you have so many of them, it might be by far more valuable to the country than having $2 billion companies. So those are the type of ideas that we are talking about here. It's not about the size of your pocket or the size of your bank account. If that is your goal, all of this time you are spending here is unnecessary. You don't need that level of clarity to be able to achieve that. If all you want to do is eat, dress well, look good, drive good cars, this event will not even happen. If that is it for me, for example, it won't happen. All right? So thank you very much for your time. Those online, I hope you've been helped. I hope the streaming was clear. We had a lot of issues. This place we are using is a new company. They are trying so many things out. I took a bet on them. I love them. Whatever I did they didn't get right, please appreciate it, love it. Remind yourself, no matter how angry you get, you did not pay for it. So you calm down and then work with what we've got. We'll get better next time, and then we move forward from there. So thank you and have a great evening. I should thank all our facilitators, Sheung, David Onomusi. Thank you so much for your love and for sacrificing and taking the time out. Timida Kolo, you are not here again, but I appreciate your coming. Thank you for your contribution. Weighty. Wuli Arole that just stepped in. Thank you for coming. My friend and business partner, Mrs. Amuche Chidoze, she's here. Great resource. Thank you for coming and sparing time. Shegun Awolowo, this gentleman, is the one that provides this for me every time since 2015. I can't even remember. But there's no event I have. This guy sends this LCD. Anywhere I'm doing, it doesn't cost a dime. To move this thing here, usually, maybe we'll have spent about $500,000 or more to move this thing here. And I am saying the truth. This man has never, one day, said, PK, this is the amount, or this is the cost of transport. Never. Never. It deserves, please, help me honor men like this. I don't take it. You saw, when he walked into that room, I said, I saw everything I was doing. I said, I need to greet this man specially. He's a special man. I don't take him lightly. He's so special. Some people believe in your vision and your work. They send you words. And you don't take it for granted. You appreciate it. But some don't just send you words. They send you time. They send you energy. And some don't stop there. They send you time, energy, and resource. That is the league it belongs to. So I celebrate him. I have different people like that. I should thank Sam. Where is Sam? He was worried when that noise was doing proper and says, I don't care about the sound. We are not paying a dime to have all of this together, And this place has been used for so many things, but this is like the first time they are really being driven on the knowledge, path. So I can understand all of the struggles. I don't know where he is, but I really appreciate Sam and his team. Wale, everyone, the camera people, everybody behind the scene. Thank you all. You hear me? If you change who did this program, you'll be like $3 million down in budget. For me, I have not spent a dime. It's just people have been spending, and that's priceless. And it's not because the program is free. Even if I've charged, these people will not charge me. The program I do every January, it's not a free program. I charge, and I charge a lot of money, but it will not charge me. It's not because it is free, Some people can give you things because it's a free program, let's support it. It's not that it is free. It is an investment in who I am. The same thing with Sheung. spending his own resource, spending his own money. You'll have thought that I would have flown these guys from here to Nigeria, Osh. I didn't, look, I didn't spend the time. You know, what I've spent is money to make myself available and to inconvenience myself. But you know, yesterday was my second wedding anniversary as well. Nobody can pay for that. Priceless. So we are all on this sacrifice boat. I'm going to encourage. I believe that if you are earning 30,000 naira, which is about how many dollars? About 30, about $80 or $70. You have lost your right not to separate 1,000 naira to bless somebody every month. I really believe so. How much more if you do more than if you are making 30K, you should be able to take out 1,000 to make something happen for someone or for a group. It's called personal social responsibility. We should all have that going in our lives, making things happen for people. What it does for you is priceless, right? I should shock it with that. So thank you all for your time. We love you. We celebrate you. Doc is not here again. Who is not here again? I've not mentioned Dr. Pomile. Just in case you see this video, you know, it's not that I forgot. I just really appreciate your strength. Thank you all. Amen.